Alright. Should be live on YouTube, and I also kind of forgot about Twitch, so let me go live on that real quick. Alright, go there, start up on Twitch, go back over here, cancel that, bot chat. Alright, we should be good. What's up, everyone? Why the fuck does he still hate bamboo? I mean, hey, you know, listen, it just... Bro's just mad like that. I don't know what to say. Bro is just the angriest person ever. Like, bro hates that bamboo. All right, let me close that on my phone. Yeah, stream's working. All right. All right, how y'all doing? How's it going, bamboo hated Tsunul? And that's it. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Wrong buzzer sound effect? Nah, I disagree. I disagree. Correct buzzer sound effect. Joy and whimsy sound effect. Yep. I'm gonna be playing through the new update, new intervalo. Don't know how long it is. Actually, I haven't heard much of it. I don't know how long it is. Hopefully it's not too long, but I'm pretty confident it's gonna be peak though. It's short? Okay, that's good, that's good. All right. And also, you'll notice that on this stream, y'all shouldn't be able to donate. All donations should be off for this stream of donations to me. Thinking on, I don't know if I set that up on Twitch. I don't even know if I have donations set up on Twitch. That's actually a damn good question. However, you will notice that the pinned comment in the YouTube chat is a donation link for APR. It's a charity we are running, and that's why I have donations turned off, because it's a charity for Pride Month, and I want y'all to, if you have any money to want to donate, I want y'all to donate that there instead of donating it to me. And also, let me pin that message on Twitch as well, because I kind of forgot about that. All right, right there. Yeah. So donation should be off. I want y'all to donate there instead of giving me anything, because it is for a much better cause than just donating to me. I'm here to hear words get said wrong. Nah, that is not the case. That is not the case. Also, there's something I forgot to do. Let me open up. Okay, hold up. It's gonna take 2 minutes. Might as well wait for people to filter in anyway. I just gotta do this real quick. How much is this hat hated though? No, it's not the hat. He hates the bamboo. It's in the name. Do y'all not understand this? And all right, there we are. All right, cool. Everything is good. I had to just open up the donations page thing for APR because I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot how to log into that. Well, actually I didn't forget, but I just kind of forgot to have it up. But yep, all right, we're good. I almost turned all that shit into modules, but yep, everything is fine. Okay. It is a little difficult for me to have the donations tab up open on the APR side of things. So if y'all do a donation on APR and want me to read the donation, just like type in chat to check it out, and then I will. Because it's hard for me to have it up on my second monitor whilst also having the chats up. So if y'all donate there, then just tell me and then I'll check that out. Hey, thank you for the sub, for the resub Foxcloak for 21 months. God damn. Hell yeah. Yo, late by 4 minutes, actually rap. What do you mean? What do you mean late by 4 minutes? The stream started on time. Never mind, he's here. Okay, brother's just on Internet Explorer. What the fuck? Okay. Anyway, let's get into it. I'll do a bit of polls. I'll do a bit of polls because, all right, listen to me, right? I could just be a bit vulnerable here, right? We could all, this isn't a place for judgment, right? Genuinely, bro, who gives a fuck about these IDs, right? Like, who gives a fuck about these IDs? Like, okay, I'm just saying, within the fucking era of House of Spiders IDs that are all broken as hell, did anyone really ask, right? You know, I'll just do a 20 poll. I'll just do a 20 poll. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay. Only the ego? Okay, ego I do care. Ego I do care. Ego I'm pretty interested in, but also rolling for an ego is just, I mean, you might as well just shoot yourself in the face. Like, it's actually of equal enjoyment. Let's just shard this? Bro, we can't even start shard this. What do you want about? New ego makes a blade lineage seem really good. It is a nice buff. It is a nice buff. All right, let's get it. Damn. Aura. Walks in, feels the aura. Event bonus units. I'm not using any of these motherfuckers. I'm not using any of them motherfuckers. Oh wait, that's right. Oh, I just remembered. There's no longer any voice actings in Nerdavalos. Okay, that means y'all are gonna get to hear me say for the next couple of hours, Bamboo hated Kim, and y'all could do nothing to stop it. Don't mind if I do. No, wait. For this one, we should go about it like... No. Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back. Brother, the Vanguard has been one person, Ryoshu. Challenge, no spiders? See, now why do you hate spiders? That's kind of fucked up and evil, really. Have you done the railway? No, I've constantly forgotten to actually do the railway, I'm not gonna lie. I should actually do it. I've heard people say it's incredibly difficult. Nah. I mean, like, okay, I've heard people say it's incredibly difficult, but I've also heard people say a lot of things about difficulty when it comes to Limbus, and then I played through it and I went like, well, you know, it's not that bad. Like, I remember when everyone was talking about the Lei Hung fight before the nerf, and then I did it before the nerf, and I was like, yeah, it's alright. Still did it first try. Wasn't like the Ren fight. You know, some people lost on that. Some people didn't get the Ren fight done first try. Some people. Huh? Oh, sorry, did he say something? I provided you an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response, or observable response. Is the Sinners' combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, they're alright, they're alright. Ren fight was piss easy? Yeah. Araya fight? Yeah, that's what I mean. Actually, no, it was the Araya fight. Yo, I'm sorry, Arashiki did some shit to me, man. It actually was genuinely the Araya fight I lost at. Then again, okay, I mean, like, in my defense, they played the exact same. More or less. No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rojia's shopping chatter is starting to get a little distracting. few days after we entered N-Corp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of N-Corp to take care of a distortion case. The contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortion suddenly started cropping up all over the area of the back streets, called Butter Street, without any coherent pattern. No obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that, and I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Wheatus, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisong, and Merceau were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scrapped down to the bottom, Roji and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of the suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. Okay, so Roji is gonna get everything, and Ryoshu is gonna get like a pack of cigarettes. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultant sessions I've been putting off, and I thought I might as well get myself some much needed practice with handling the new golden bow power I'd acquired. So we actually just gonna be spamming that out all the time? I mean, okay, like, it would be smart to. Like, it would be smart from now to the rest of the time for every operation, just have the sinners go out there and Dante's like within a close enough distance to get the revives happening when they need to happen. But of course, story-wise, it would be kind of dog shit to have Dante in one room, all the sinners like, you know, far off, just doing their own thing. Yo, Dante, why don't you just spam Moricitus with every single fight? I mean, okay, genuinely though, I mean, it's a valid question. I do wonder why Dante wouldn't just be able to spam it. Like, yeah, it would hurt. But you'd have to imagine, like, the enemy's fighting them, and the sinners just turn into, like, you know when Maharaga was walking through Malevolent Shrine? Like, what if the sinners just genuinely turn into that? To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has, on several recent occasions, expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I think in the animation PV, Dante canonically does that though. It's possible. I don't remember. Oh wait, I think I might be misunderstanding. Oh wait, Moricitus, is that the, was that the chesed power? No, not that one. I'm talking about the, just the power to generally revive people. I was just wondering if Dante, it just is constantly reviving the sinners, how that's gonna be. Dante would be in melee range while doing that? Yeah, that'd probably be it, right? Because I know it does have a range limit, but I would have to imagine it's probably like much shorter. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this is not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. I mean, yeah, she's kind of been this way for a while now, brother. Dante Revival is default? Yeah, I know it's default. I just didn't know if it had a special name towards it. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thought, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from the other sinners or me. Could it be require some time to go to hell to open the gate? Yeah, that would be why, actually. Yeah, that does make sense. You can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Well, no, she could access it. She probably just doesn't want to. She goes into the Gesellschaft like, hey guys, I just need like some information about the taboos in this area. Oh, it's the dumbass. Oh, what's up? It's stupid Faust. Hi, what's up? Oh, did you chirp on your way in here? Like, let me put this in terms you could understand, all right, stupid Faust? Cyberbullying PSA? Kind of is. Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remain occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right, and you really are cut off from the Gesellschaft. That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that while she can technically access the Gesellschaft, it may as well be that she can't? Yeah, more or less. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Right, I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that the memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. Nah. Sora's real. Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, let's go! As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Okay, so paperwork. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Arashiki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. I'm still mad at Nintendo America. Wait, why Nintendo America in particular? Is it about there being like 2 different directs and shit? Because I know there was some stuff that was shown on the Japanese direct that wasn't shown on the American one. And some of those actually had games I was interested in, like Trail's second chapter. Granted, I didn't need too much information. We already know the fucking release date. But I played the first one. I want to play the second one. That was actually pretty good. Then show the Toho 6 remake. Actually, yeah, that was one I saw people talking about. I was like, Toho 6 remake? There was a Toho remake? But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Foreshadowing is a literary device in which... Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi. Receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing, even at the terminal stage, when exposed to chicken instruments and the heat of the stove. Its limited experience would prove inadequate to constitute an understanding of its unlimited fate and purpose. Type shit. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of hell. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head. Also, indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. Question. What the fuck does that mean? Just throwing that one out there. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. And the me of now wants to know what it is badly, obsessively, desperately. I mean, I'd have to imagine if they're doing this. And if they're like, already throwing it back on the table, and the aspect, the aspect. If we don't hear more information about it in this interval, maybe in the next Kanto it would get out of? Gotta have to imagine, right? It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but with my memories gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's just another world with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect? What it means, or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no. I am unable to tell you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Wait, Interesting. Calling it now, it is Ein. Dante's Ein theory, bro, let's go! Pay no mind. You're still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observations suggest you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I'm kind of pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Wheatus's team is doing well in combat even without my direct supervision, and Roja's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off of them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm doing my best to keep an eye on every center status. Sufficient familiarity should result in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactic. Bro, you could have just said practice makes perfect. Like, I don't, you know. Right. Then I'd also be able to tell when it's a bad time to call someone in, too. Even as I continue talking with Foss, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is and what they're doing. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just, like, okay. This is on my mind because I have the YouTube chat and Twitch chat right next to each other. Why the hell on YouTube did they change the pin location of a message from the top of a chat to right at the bottom? Like, whenever I look over, I'm like, why did I send a message in chat? Oh, it's just the pin. Why did they do that? Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Rogia, wait, did she just stuff all of the pastries and bread she brought into her pockets? How did she manage that with a huge baguette? Is she shoplifting? Graphic designers had to get paid for something. That is genuinely how some YouTube updates feel like, I'm not gonna lie. I have hyper chat. I didn't even notice that. Oh, is that like a plugin? And Wheatus's group? Let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD, then the guy over there must be. Please tell me he's aura farming. Hang on. Faust. There's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit different from what I remember. I'm just imagining in Dante's eyes, it just cuts to the scene, and Bamboo hated Kim's just aura farming like Piccolo. Bro's just up there, like, check the fit. Because YouTube chat used to suck memory like nothing else. Yeah, that makes sense. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with them too. Let's end the consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request for support from the LCC? No, it's not an incident. I just want to check the fit. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Okay. Okay. Lunashi. This is going from bad to worse, really. Dante seems to be tied up helping the other groups. Not really. Wheatus's command calls have been working out well enough, I'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel the strain. Why are you waving your hand up? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know? It's scatter, damn it, so scatter. Did Sinclair get turned into paste? That was close. We almost got flattened. Damn it, even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military training would have recognized a hand signal that basic. What, we're not all trained soldiers here, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of a chivalric elegance. Yet, when thou suddenly wavest thine arm about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in that mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail. Forsooth, I am left bereft of understanding what thou meanst to say. To think that of all the personnel on the team, only the Swabby has the discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you really expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals? I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Don, you've been in wars, you have no experience. Okay, she's been in wars with blood fiends back in the time of like horses and lances and shit. I don't think they had like military nonverbal tactics. You know, for whatever reason, I feel like the Blood Fiend's main method of attack was like, shit, the enemy's there, just run at them. Just run at them. Let us appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Wheatus's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Fucking Ezra. Megaton landing! Slam. Pretty cool, huh? Let's face it, I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa, are you supposed to be... Yo, I forgot the fact she was like double his height. I forgot the fact she was double his goddamn height. Fino to a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the form's form and shape are now crushed beyond mending, sunken deep enough to be likened to the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry your head about it. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right? The force of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside the building. Why are there so many distortions here, though? Golden Retriever? True. Great. Can you check on the distorted peeps' face and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion had landed on probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. A sweeper becoming a distortion? Okay, so somebody has to be turning people into distortions. Did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a pop and flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie. You know what? Then let's all head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain. We'll need to put together a nice, neat plan before we start poking it too hard. Sweeper's a human under the head rule. I know about that, but I'm just more so surprised to see one of them distort. It just doesn't seem all that, normal. You got 3 distortions, all different fields, like ordinary person, fixer, sweeper. It's like, A plan, sayest thou? How was this not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has oft been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterwards do we begin to perceive the nature and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, guess every department has its own way of doing things. No big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, did you? Only our new girl, this time that dude, Mr. Bamboo had Kim. My apologies. It appears I choked a little there, said a word I didn't mean to. Bamboo hated Kim. We don't use the other word. Is also here, so. Huh? But he's okay now? You said it correctly? I don't know what you're talking about. Sure is. You'll be surprised once you see just how okay he is now. This motherfucker is genuinely gonna be aura farming the second we walk in, isn't he? But last time he said he was still under treatment. Yeah, to be precise, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. He said it right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Clip that? No. We're deleting the VOD. That? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll all just end up having the same conversation twice if I say it. Yo, does it... It genuinely feels like he's about to fucking mog us the second we walk in. Minor correct spelling. True. Oh my god, brother. Oh my god, brother. Is nervous, walks in, feels the aura. Brother, man. There's not a singular fucking way. Ah, you have arrived. I know that's Ongdu, but still the voice feels fitting. It's blinding. It's so bright. The midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Feels the aura. Yet the warm tickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. It is pure unfiltered aura. Because unlike this, there is more to the sunshine than its... Alright, bitch, we know your Kanto's next, but like, yo, wrap it up. Then what exactly is this light? Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon the complicated workings of such a contraption. It activated of its own accord, and I have yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced. Okay, now this is actually Kim. That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand usually ends with something, or you, broken. Nothing good comes of it, I tell you. Feels the aura. Feels the aura. But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me that in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care. Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack. He's so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool. Hang on, did he just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded a proper opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the esteemed leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else around to take the job. He's so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool. Switch. Where's the switch? Ah, gotcha. Why does he still have aura though, brother? The fucking hat. Who the fuck are you? Also, is Ogdu's hair different? I feel like her hair used to not be down like that. I'm pretty sure it was just all pulled back. Who the fuck are you? Goodness. Known as Bamboo hated Kim. Yeah. Huh? Nah. No. Further why? Don't gift a tier 1 sub to aura loss. Man, he was meant to be cool. Man, the title of on the thumbnail is "The Goat is Back." What the fuck is it? He got peeled. They stripped him. Got tricked by a coat rack. There's not a singular way. I just realized she's staring at him. Bro, she's staring at him with them disgruntled fucking eyes. Bro, how are you letting that happen? Do you not have aura? He said folks. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say pleased to meet you, folks. Man. His clothes have the aura. The clothes do indeed make the man. Okay, so that was disappointing. How y'all doing? Are they in a fucking... Are they taking photos? More often than not, first impressions are prone to change. They specifically wrote that shit just for that. They saw all the fucking memes about the aura and shit and went, I know what to write. Hold up, guys. Kim Jong-un walked into the writing room. Guys, I got a plan. Then Babu hated Kim. I remember it was a man who drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerlessness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he was distorted and sunken into himself, so I figured his original personality might be somewhat different. But this is not just somewhat. Huh? I thought I heard something. You didn't hear anything. You did not hear anything. Nah. His personality isn't even in the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy here, as Bamboo, hated Kim? Yep, we double checked with Ezra. She said he really is the same. Yo, the double check is crazy. Oh, so I just realized I just came to the realization Dante was monitoring the situation via the sinner's eyes and went, There's not a singular way this fucking bum is the same person. I need to see this shit with my own 2 goddamn clocks. My own 2 goddamn clock hands. I need to see this shit now. There's not a singular way. Bro, it don't even fit him. It doesn't even fit him. Bamboo hated bum, true. Whoa, that's fire in your head. Not hot at all. Fascinating stuff. Can you... Okay, can we check again? Just in case. I really can't wrap my head around the fact that this is the sullen, serious man whom we'd fought. Just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Oh my god, man. We are in generational aura that we went from Rien genuinely slaughtering a team of our best soldiers in 2 seconds, and this was our time to get something back, and just nothing. No, huh? Okay, no, that's cool. No, that's nice. Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the one designated as Bamboo hated Kim. Bro went from the goat to the lamb. Fire writing emoji. Fire writing emoji. I would pin that comment if we did not also have a charity going on right now. Fire writing emoji. I've got no idea what you folks are so suspicious about. Oh my god, he's sweating nervously. Bro, he's like he's like Sinclair with blue hair and pronouns. My goat ain't washed, he's taking the whole bath. Oh my god. Angdu, just what exactly have you been telling people out there about me? They're all staring like they've seen a ghost. I told them you are a gallant and formidable warrior, mentor. Her hair kind of looks nice like that, though. I ain't gonna lie. Like, I had generational aura loss with his sprite, but like, it's not half bad. I also am kind of curious to see what her mechanical arms are like. We can only see the hands as right now. But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about. It is the exact opposite. We've heard the most flattering things about you, then we met you. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment in the ticking. Sigh. I also told them that you were a man of few words, but with much affection for the followers under your command. He can feel it, Prostrator can. Angdu. Yes, mentor? That's a complete and utter lie. Man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me. Don't you think? That I spoke no falsehood. Although your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for a leader of an organization, you are much more reserved and tactical when conversing with those unfamiliar to you. Are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those around him. So, I refrain from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter. To even hint at anything that might tarnish the reputation of my master would not be unlike spitting on his name. And mine, by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my own folks. In any case, oh, so you can't see anything if I block this part? Do tell. How many fingers am I holding up? Okay. I can't lie. I've been intrigued in that myself for a while now, so I'm not against this being the case. The aura loss is still genuinely shaking me. Those are not my eyes, you know, but what are? Can we get an explanation? You know, he got the Kathy smile. He actually kind of does. He actually kind of does. Your own folks, huh? Then you have already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Okay, you didn't have to say it like that. Jesus Christ, bro. You could say like joint partnership, like he's working with us. Like, goddamn. But why does thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth into the open air and touchable field of grass. Alright. They just dead as one like, hey, yo, touch grass, by the way. Cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence. Oh my god, brother. It's not that serious. I mean, granted, 2 people were wiped from existence. A lot of them died. Ryoshu's daughter also kind of dissipated into the ether. Okay, maybe it is that serious. Maybe. Sinclair came back from World War II for a little while. You know, yeah. Yield my aura to claim my characterization. Oh my god. Teacher, you forgot about the homework. Ah, true. We just addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down anytime soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Wheatus, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all that about hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. What? So, let's talk about the kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout, who's forced to do his job, with a frown, too, I might add, only when he's absolutely no other choice. I'm really not some big shot Ongd who's apparently been promoting me as. Folks. Son, if he keeps on saying folks, I'm actually gonna lose it. Gintoki Limbus version. I don't know what Gintoki is. It sounds familiar. I don't know if that's the name of an anime or the name of a character within an anime. Ah, so he's competent. I mean, he is kind of relatable. It's Gintama? Is that the anime? Okay. Both? Actually, it kind of is. Hop on Gintama for peak, brother. Hold up, wait. I'm gonna Google this real quick. Oh yeah, okay, that one I do recognize, yeah. Oh, so hey, 4 minutes ago there was somebody who gave a donation to APR. Spoonsias. $10. I don't know if they're in my chat, if they're in a chat in somebody else who's also doing an APR stream, but regardless, say thank you for the $10 donation to APR. Kim is my spirit animal. Okay, as much as I do be talking shit, and that's how the child of chess said, objectively true. As much as I do be talking shit, I won't deny, if we were in this world, we would be acting the same. We as in, well actually, maybe not we, y'all. If y'all were characters in Limbus Company, you would be like as lazy and nerdy as Kim. Me though, it would be a different story, let me tell you. Let me tell you what. If I was in Limbus Company, I would be bamboo-hatted, hated Kim with the aura. All the aura. I'm just built different. And I'd very much like to stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. If y'all folks... Fine, then why did you join the LCD in the first place if you'd rather be unemployed? Yo, he just like y'all for real. Not me though. Totally not. Nope. No, never mind. They probably forced you to stay. You catch on quick. First they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owed resource. Oh, so it's slavery. And the other day they were on again about, what's his name? Going Bao? Yeah. They invited me on a tour to yet another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it'd be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Ongd, dear, there are times when your commitment to duty shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat. Hey, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Is this meant to be a riz? Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I suggest submit a request for a pair of sunglasses for my mentor? Only if it's not too much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That right there. That's what I keep telling you not to do. You can't just say yes to every silly thing he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up a lot, you know? You gotta save up everything you can in the piggy bank while you still can, or you'll end up broke. Look at his face. I'm trying not to. Is there... This cannot be my goat dog. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. You can... Wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom nor the knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I must beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no strangers to such dealings. There is no one else I can trust to complete such a procurement with the swiftness of the wind. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering shall soon be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. She's like Don Quixote, but just concentrated, instead of on fixers within a broad sense, just Ongdu, or just Bamboo hated him. Hated. He hates. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. That's not 3. I don't know what you're talking about. No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips than her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it was a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Yeah, okay, so that day, I was just gonna relax here and watch some TV. Knowing this motherfucker is gonna be like Looney Tunes ass, fucking Tom and Jerry type of shit. Well, good on you for showing up to work today, I guess. Let's say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Also heavily implied this is the same TV that got stolen from Kira. That's funny as fuck. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetic arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw her, Ongdu had lost both her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms are probably it. Yeah, she deadass did that Miwa like, after this, I'll create a binding vow. After this, I'll never swing a sword, does no damage. But in her case, it's like, let me swing, lose both of my arms, not damage the enemy in the slightest. Wonderful play, Ongdu. Wonderful play. It's not just the arms, even our clothes are different now, and that sword. I had these arms fitted anew as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious hosts in one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wed to machine articulation. Just as though I am beholding the marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. You know, I did just piece together that, like, we're going in to Encore with Ongdu wearing prosthetic arms. Now I know the why can I not remember the name of the corporation? The something hammers? Nail and hammers? I know them let's hope Sinclair don't go racist on her. Yeah, Sinclair, don't go to the fucking KKK identity you got. But I know they don't like rule over N-Corp, but they still do have a presence, right? Nail and hammer? Yeah, yeah. They still do have a pretty big presence, right? Yeah, they're generally like a smaller faction, but they still do got a presence. I think Dante may still be more. Yeah, true. I kind of just, you get used to seeing it so often, you really do forget it's prosthetic, you know? Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without that trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwartz Industries N7 fucking rich kids. But I thought that model was discontinued. Fucking rich boys, oh my god. Nah, not theirs. It's one of their prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomena deciphering team, and they put them on her for trial. Until you find another like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he had glimpsed something that brought him back to a memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent. Whatever he'd want to say next, catching in a chest. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Walter? Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? I had PTSD. It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why I cast a shadow over his face. But sorry, that just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with prosthesis before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright now, I'm fine. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor. Yo, new tremor identity? But beneath it, there was a firmness that had not been there before. He really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade could serve as a weapon, would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could ever hope to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh please, girl, we walked for just 4 hours. That's nothing. What does this lazy ass bum have to say? While everyone was distracted taking in Ongdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things scattered on the floors, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Is this motherfucker stealing shit? There's not a singular way. Oh my god. Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes in that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Bumbu, honestly, bro. Typical adventurer? I mean, true. Oh, that could explain why there are so many photos stuck around the place. Probably. This thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hand, studying it with curiosity. Broken homeless Kim. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me just pull it out. No, that's... We just shouted with a sharp warning at Sinclair, as if she had realized something. But Merso's hand shot up before she could even finish, clasped over Sinclair's wrist before the... Hey, keep your hands off of him. Keep your hands off of him. Clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled it a little bit though. It'll be fine. It could be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section of the cylinder. I am currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage it. This motherfucker in sunlight, brother. This motherfucker in sunlight. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates. Yep. Went back in. With a quiet nod, Merso took the object from Sinclair's hand, looked at the sun and went, "So did I tell you all about my mother?" It seems to be a film roll. There is something written on the outside. Experiment number 4? It appears to be a compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Merso's answer came without any further explanation, but the way he had adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like that of a first-timer. I once received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by N-Corp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. Whoops. Hey, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub, normal dude, number 7661. Thanks. Oh, so what was it that I missed? That was big dialogue, I had to read that. Big dialogue. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Wheatus. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one place. Let's come with a plan to deal with these distortions, guys. Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra, too, may be carrying traumatic memories every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Also, actually, wait, kind of slight question. What the fuck's happening with him? You know what? Hold on. I feel like that's important. You know? Does there yet remain the deserving illumination? Huh? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is suggesting whether the distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been concluded. Oh, not yet. These people we fought just now, they only got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gone close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leaders around gotta take some time. Maybe it won't be too bad with your help. Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration as though she had just been handed a puzzle box with half the pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the point on a graph in which the point directionality of its curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, and maybe less a mathematical term and more a specialized polysme, referring to the point at which distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Brother, your reading is deteriorating as you speak. I do not know what you're talking about. My reading is perfect. I'm not gonna lie though, sometimes I do just, sometimes as I read, I do just autopilot it and just go like, yeah, words, keep going, words. And then I'm like, wait, that's right. I'm actually reading out loud. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean the source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. No, it's not European fan. Wait, actually true though, true. Hold up now. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the core cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion's never getting solved. Though I guess you guys really never really had to look for that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock opens a door into their fathoms or whatever, right? You mean Dungeon of the Fathoms? Ah, fuck, that's right, there's gonna be a dungeon. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like dungeons. I mean, isn't that always the case? The first one isn't a dungeon, and then the second event during the season is? I don't really like dungeons. Well, I don't like dungeons for farming, but I suppose with Mirror Dungeon existing, it does cut out most of the farm anyways. It's not that bad. Yep, that's the one. Been 2 cantos? Actually, yeah, in terms of cantos, we haven't really seen one in the main canto, but I'm talking about in the events. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. Pretty sure the autopilot reading is the reason we had Bamboo hated. No, genuinely, I remember looking back when I made the short about how I kept on mispronouncing. I look back at the stream that I did. Actually, it was a general reception, so it was a stream. I look back at the stream, and I deadass bar for bar read out the name and go Bamboo hated, or is it hated? Nah, I think it's hated. Like, hey, autopilot was not there. I was on full pilot and went hated. You know why? Because that's the way it's meant to be, goddammit. But you guys could just march straight into someone's heart, knock the snot of everything in there, and then ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was so jealous when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I thought your team would set about resolving distortions once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not. Why would anyone come to us with a distortion suppression request if if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to our detective's office. That means the client this time must have been bingo. Apparently, the residents of Butter Street. That's not an actual. All right, sure, brother. Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like the SWI and the Combat Specialized Fixer offices, but none of them could actually do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Meaning, the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring unchecked somewhere on the streets? Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. It was in the Distortion Detective novel? Oh, Butter Street? Okay. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. You know, okay, at this point, I kind of do just gotta actually go to read Distortion Detective. I always put it off because I'm like, oh, they said they're gonna make it into a visual novel. I like playing through visual novels, I'll just wait for that. And then, just never. I think they have talked about it and said they don't plan to make it into a visual novel, or at least they had the plan and then moved on from it. So at this point, I mean, shit, I just might as well read it. The closest I've gotten to reading it is just like a mod I played back with Library of Verona that more or less covered the story, but it didn't go throughout the entire story. Neat ash gray suits and the logo on the collar of the uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Merso... I was once employed by N-Corp. What? You used to work with those people? Yeah, he did mention he used to work at N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who those guys are, Merso? Yes, manager. These are N-Corp Class 2 staff members. Given the camera briefcases in their possession, they are likely members of the pinframe team of Service de Clos. N-Corp's French. Why you gotta do this to me? Marceau recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pinframe team, huh? Anything you could tell us about them? French and German? Damn. Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include the handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and intersector... That'd be enough. Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? No, that's Faust. Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometimes? Yo, feel free. Might be an issue for us if you just went and borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees that he's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. I've seen them a few times before on N-Corp's nest. But, god damn, he looks fucking menacing back there. But why would people already busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to a shabby back street like this? Got any guesses? I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come out here would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will not present a determinative answer to that question. So do you still want him? Perchance? Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know? Because aside from combat situations, I've still got no way to figure out what's going on in his head. Okay, then, Marceau, maybe this will be easier to answer. From an objective point of view, and that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Marceau's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel a faint tremor in it. Huh. A leveling stare that came with, there is no such thing as an objective point of view. Okay, brother, we get it. Your Kanto was next. Like, oh my god. Like, I thought Kim was gonna be aura farming this entire intervallo. Turns out we're just gonna have Merceau just flex the fact his Kanto's next this entire intervallo. Just got here. How we feeling about Kim? Distraught. Depressed. Hopeless. Disoriented. Manager. A clipped tone and a look almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective, without expectation or exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Merceau's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered whether this response might be connected to why he would always refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with this turn, which I know is just around the corner, got it. Then tell me 3 subjective reasons you think are most likely for why these people had to come all the way into the back streets. I need to understand who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never know when I'll get another chance to really get to know him if I brush this off with a simple, oh, I see, my bad, as usual. True. Merceau GBT? Kind of is, yeah. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of a video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with an informant in the back streets collaborating with N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual or individuals designated by the Okay, so like, seems all pretty bad. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know? That sounds like a motherfucker who has broken many taboos before. Like, wings usually leave minor taboo violations to be handled by subcontracted fixer offices or employees of the department in charge. I'd say these guys here are N-Corp staff. Miss Hongdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking through their belongings for enlightening clues yet to be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her with but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look too. This is an employee card and, okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back, and we don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Yeah, let's just look at classified corporate documents. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from N-Corp staff's coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of the individual of a Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butler Street. Okay. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomena might be connected. Yeah, now that you mention it, when that whole pop and change thing happened, it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright, let's start by combing this through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh, at long last, hath the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Merceau? Tape Don Quixote to the wall. We do not want her fucking with the crime scene. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out detective props that had been given to Rogerio Shinhong. Oh my god, brother, man. Fairly, I had foreseen that the day would come. Oh my god, brother. Hey, what's up, Ashton? Unfortunately, we just wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. She's the greatest cosplayer. Yo, true, actually. Oh, so somebody donated on APR. Bamboo had a Kim's new theme song. Let's see. Thank you for the $25. Okay, this is kind of hell on earth to actually copy and paste. Thank you for the $25 donation. Let's check this out. Okay. Just in case it's copyrighted, let me just do that real quick. Okay, it's from Naruto, so okay, it kind of is. Oh, it's the fucking bum ass thing from Naruto. Okay. I could play you for like a few seconds if y'all don't know. That's objectively true. That's true. That is objectively true. Thank you for the $25 donation, Anonymous. That's objectively true. I wish I could play the full thing, but they would get this entire fucking stream claimed. Yo, it's, anime music, like, okay, there's music from like, artists and shit, but anime music, they will not find your corpse. Anime music, they do not fucking play around. Holy shit. Okay, I want to put it on for the bonus, but I'm actually gonna have to use them this stage, and like that identity's kind of dog shit. It's only like a fucking 20% bonus, I'll be fine. Yi Song. Yeah, son, you're not using that. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you. Okay, let me rephrase. It isn't dog shit, however, I would need to spend EXP tickets to level it up to the current max level, of which I am broke. Japan, we didn't hear anything. Japan, no songs were played, Japan. We spent a long while riffing through the photo studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. No, I'm broke as shit. This is not cap. I've been broke like forever. Bro, it's Pride Month and you're not running the BL team. You can't be doing that. Hey. It ain't like that. Hey. All I'm saying is every day I run that BL team. I'm not performative. I don't just run it on Pride Month, all right? Every day of my life, I'll be running that BL team, all right? I don't just do it on Pride Month, all right? How about that? Yo, checkmate. There sure are a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are pictures of buildings. Nothing much to really tell from that. When was the last time you used BL? From when I wake up, from when I go to sleep. On God. Yo, can I get an amen? I have a friend who is a BL member. Many such cases. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Are we still talking about Limbus? Yo, can I get an amen? Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager, I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in that film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Angdu, I have no idea. If I had wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like that team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations, the hell's that, long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. Huh? First time hearing about that shit. Nah. Hold up. I just stared over at Twitch chat, and that's the first thing I see. Shit caught me off guard. Is that Aether and Rove? No, that's Enman. Is that Aether and Enman? No, wait, those are like Elfiers. Wait, who the fuck is that? I thought that was Aether and Enman. Wait, who is it? But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung, a sword does not retrace its arc, Angdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what has already been cut. That is Voxfer and Ochi from Birdhaven? I've actually never heard of Birdhaven before. What are you making Twitch chat do? I ain't make Twitch chat do anything! They've just been doing it on their own! Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be undone. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Bro, stop trying. Stop trying to act cool. It's not for you, mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Angdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago. Whenever you are placed in a position to retrace the past, mostly at the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid this bum-ass motherfucker can't even pay his tab. And each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. My belly, I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot, oh, this very wound you once gave me afflicts me yet. The one from when you thought you were only poking me with a scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words have been repeated at least 80 times. But it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. Ah, is that so? Angdu suddenly pulled out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something. What's this? I've written down the words that I have just said. Oh no. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Kim's face began to contort like a wet, disheveled, wet dish towel being wrung dry. Oh my god, brother. My brain is being turned into soup by this oral loss. This cannot be the case, bro. This cannot be. I remember before this intervallo started, I saw this one piece of art. It was the most awful thing ever of Bamboo hated Kim. We did not know what awaited us. We did not know. Is that Kim Ji-hoon? Actual Kim Ji-hoon self-insert. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Angdu said he had? Young Angdu, there is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I too, when speaking to the others of those whom I serve, often ornament my words with laudation of an acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing my mentor with his shoulders so unbraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first beheld him, I also wondered whether such a man could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart, which they were, all of these are, undoubtedly, the teachings that my mentor has imparted onto me. Truly? Why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness my mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave the prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, Besides, unless I speak with this feigned stem ignorance, there will be no end to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. She has the actual just psychopath stare. Like, that is terrifying. What's up, Seaweed Wolf? That is terrifying. The days you could play tic-tac-toe and Angdu's head is gone. That is actually... I actually did not factor that in. That's actually kind of depressing. Damn. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior. Yep, they can bond over that. So that's what it was. I get it now. Slam. Just as I... Damn. They kind of got that shit on, though. I would actually be kind of down for some sinners to get that shit. That actually looks kind of nice. The Goon Squad? Alright, we ain't gotta... Alright, we don't gotta... That is really uncalled for, actually. Singala Mur? It's a bit different, but yeah. It is like within... It's pretty similar, yeah. Just witness the budding of this peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends. The door leading outside was flung open with a loud slam. You know, I feel like these motherfuckers would generally have like some mafioso-ass voice, but like I'm terrible at accents, so we're not getting that. We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? I got a phone call and it just somebody's... Like, I saw a phone call happen, I was like, is that a scam call? I just see somebody's full actual name. Didn't they say there was only one singular violator? Oh, crap. Looks like it's too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we come up with. Oh boy, this is not gonna go well. Make them French? We're just gonna ignore that. The same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden, Jesus, did they fucking flashbang us? As though I had stared straight into a burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same pop, and with my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ezra's soft murmur, until even that came to a stop as her breathing hushed. They put us in Japanese hell. What? The fuck is this? Huh? Oh. It didn't take long for... Actually, wasn't this the same area back the Fathoms of Kim? Chinese, actually, Korea. Okay, so we have 3 candidates for whose hell this is. Didn't take long for me to realize just what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Youngdu? Though S-Corp may indeed be passing through hard times, this alley was not quite so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Safest ancient Korean street. Have you heard of Shenpai? It's a webcomic? I actually have heard of Shenpai. I do know Shenpai, yeah. I did not know she made a webcomic though. That's actually pretty chill. I also feel as though that message was probably put in Twitch chat a long time ago and I just read it now. Is that right? The thing was about Bird Haven in case y'all don't have Twitch chat open. Is that right? Looks much the same to me. This place. Did we just get teleported to S-Corp? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude. This is... I think... I know what this is. This is a presence. I haven't been able to detect it until just now, but somehow it was now surrounding us, saturating every corner of the space where we stood. The dreary stone walls, trees bent and coiled in grotesque forms, the sheen of the light, and even the air we breathed, all of them point towards a single phenomenon. This is the depth of the Fathoms. Fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just moments ago. Executive manager, I don't know when you click that, this is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. That is a chill ass fucking design. Actually, nah, like, that is a good ass design. That is a good ass design. Freaky faces, true. Kind of reminds me a bit of like the faces being like a bit hyper realistic. Kind of reminds me a bit of the art style direction in Chaos Child. Within some of the stuff we would do, it reminds me a bit of that. But that's it. Okay. Botch GQ looking at clothes. I mean, kinda. But that's a chill ass design. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dopo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right, let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Youngdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And, wait, where's the bamboo-headed dude? Hated dude? I'm afraid he has already taken his leap. He fucking ran? Oh my god. He said he has no desire to cross blades with the Tsunul. I butchered that, man. I'm so sorry. Yo, to any Korean people, I apologize. Twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender, that's for certain. Executive manager? Wherever Kim's gone off to, this is definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. The fellow special, bro, true. He needed to conserve his aura, please believe me, I don't. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battles. And woman, goddamn. Misogynistic. They kind of do look raw though, like. I just pronounced it Chu-no-kun? Like that? On Clash, gain 1 head-splitting memory. I don't care, bro, your basic ass fights. I'm more so just here for the flavor text. To cover the let me read this in a cooler voice. To cover the eyes is not to be blind. These fabrics, created using Q-Corp Singularity. Actually, no, who the ones to write these things? I don't remember. Are fashioned into many forms, such as blindfolds and headbands, and are commonly used throughout the East. It is not unusual to see fixers and employees of corporate entities in the East covering their heads and faces with these products. The fabrics serve the same function as sunglasses, visors, and combat prosthetic eyes found elsewhere in the city. They scan the target's information in real time, augment the wearer's vision, and provide tactical analysis. At times, they can also serve as a means of communication with distant allies. That's pretty useful, actually. Win rate. The Nier special? Pretty much, actually, yeah. Yo, does this mean we're getting a Nier collab? Do we need to have 2B in yet another game? Bro, I'm not gonna lie. You know, I fuck heavy with Nier Automata. But goddamn, they do too many collaborations. I'm just gonna say it. They do way too many. Sometimes it feels like Nier is simply inevitable, waiting for your game at the end of the road, honestly. Win rate. Everybody wants a bit of the Yoko special, true. That director feels like a Nier fan, so I wouldn't be surprised. Definitely in terms of writing, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. No BL team? We do not have a BL team within the gameplay. The BL team is within you and me. We are the BL team. Ooh, and rape. Yoko sending 2B around like a birthday strip for top 10 tweet of all time. Genuinely.
그대는 친절하지 않았지.
Yo, I just realized Ezra's here. I was like, who the fuck was that who just attacked? I was like, oh shit, it's Ezra. Oh shit, Ongdu's here as well. More you know. Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, I've never actually used Albina Faust with sound on before. Because like all the time I'll just be doing Mirror Dungeons, listening to like a podcast or whatever. I never knew she actually just sounded like it makes sense that she's like sounds muffled. I just didn't expect that. Read Ongdu for flavor text? I'll have to do that. I have to do that. Oh shit, she came out of the closet. Yo, happy Pride Month. Alright, Ongdu, what's up? On the outside, it looks no different from the prosthesis you might find in other nests, or... Yeah, that's a quote from Ezra, though. Creative ecology... Oh, it's not the direct quote, but it's pretty much what she said. Since the development of this prototype has led to the OCD department, I would assume it has something to do with the power of distortions. Oh, it's not to say that I have any certainty around the matter. I was only in charge of transporting it, you see? Just a simple speculation, really. And in any case, I doubt this is your average prosthetic limb meant for body enhancement. Demon Fire Spine Cleaver. Yo, that's fucking raw. What the fuck is this? Limbus Company Specialized Custom Prosthetic Prototype Mark V. Dokebi Arms. From Rainbow Six Siege? You gonna hack their phones? That shit is green. Is she gonna have green coins? There ain't no way. Move Workshop buff has flavor text as well. Oh, okay. I'll also check that out. Oh, Mr. Mook office? Okay, that makes sense. They're not gonna kill all the enemies now, are they? Nah, we're good, we're good. Alright. Dokebi arms, do you perchance speak of Dokebis that often appear in tales of old? Can scarcely believe it. After all I have witnessed while relying on the hospitality of Limbus Company, the existence of Dokebis from folklore may well be with... Yo, okay, genuine question, is the music too loud right now? Come to think of it, I do recall hearing of a name called Dokebi Unit. Interesting. For quality, excuse me, come try this model. Come on, learn some of the deal. You break it, you buy it. Yeah. No? Alright, it's good. Nice, alright. So, there's this particle powder thinking in the scabbard under patent by Move Workshop. Every time you sheath and unsheath the sword for a brief moment, blade comes out way sharper and lighter, and the monitor holding happens to be focused on the sharpness. So it's like ding, and voila, you get a nice buff on your weapon. Okay. Yay series models, that's Move Workshop's classic lineup, by the way. Check out the finish here, it's... what the heck? Hey, is this the Yay Type 2 model? Is that a production? Okay, yo, Ezra, you fucking yapper, goddamn! In a couple hours, look what we found out. It's a rarity later. Made for you. It'll work real nice with a glue suit and prosthetic arms. I need to get used to, but y'all don't have to fight it once you get the hang of it. And I would consider a gift from yours truly. You're officially one of us now. Officially our new girl. No more temp ID. Then I shall accept with gratitude. By the way, remember that classic lineup part? It's super durable, but there are delicate parts that you should watch out not to break, okay? You know what? Yeah, let me break it if it really comes to that. Just don't die on us. I shall take your words to heart. Alright. Those aren't even words? Yeah, y'all have eyes as well. I need to conserve my voice, you know? The voice of an angel. Need to conserve it.
그쯤 해줬으니 포장잠. 그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸래.
I can see, not read. It seems to be a common problem in this fandom.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
I'm watching this stream via echolocation. Oh yeah, shit, my fault, gang. Win rate. I forget how you could not even press P if your mouse is hovering over this for whatever fucking reason. Or like you can't press it, just doesn't do anything. Brother, why? Yeah, if you're just hovering over this, you just can't. Brother, why?
시원합니다.
Watching this through our ears? Brother, what? Bro is all ears. They're low-key tanky shit. They kind of are tanky as hell for just a regular fight.
이어 오롯한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더 가까이.
Watching this through the head, they low-key chill. The beholder's just good like that. God damn, bro. Yo, Angdu, please tell me that is the enemy's blood on you, because there's not a singular way after you get that cool-ass sword and cool-ass arms in your first fight, you're getting your shit rocked like that. Like, there's not a singular way. Brother, please tell me that's not the case. Surveying the area with measured alert, Angdu casts the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back into its sheath. Huh, and they're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events, in a way. Let's search for clues while time allows us. Right. You take that side, Angdu also cheer. Ezra and Angdu move about as though they're used to this kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they begin searching the space. Don Quixote was the first one to voice her doubt in the surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We battled distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Prithee, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Apologies, it would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency of this predicament. This is, according to the definition presented by Lady Moses, a location-type distortion. Basically, when a whole space distorts, and since places and buildings can't move on their own, the distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, it looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage, probably. They don't really get this big, but this one here is covering almost an entire street. Then those people, they entered this space and got caught up in it. And our job right now is to get to the bottom of the phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up, and what happens to them once they're in. Of course, we can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, now by that I mean when a distortion bleeds into the space around it and warps it. Okay, so like basically a domain expansion. I mean, kind of just is, isn't it? Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop these guys' ass 100 times. JJK brain rotted? Nah. Possibly. More like reality marble? Reality marble? You mean the thing that copied domain expansions from JJK? I can't even do the rage bait with a straight face. I can't even do the rage bait with a straight face. You think Sukuna beating the library? I want you to imagine the most pathetic, sniveling, crying creature you possibly could imagine. Like somebody just at like the bottom of despair. That is Sukuna's genuine reaction when Gebra walks in there with slash immunity. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too. With a call, Ezra directed our attention to rows of collapsed people all around, all of them clad in dopa robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands, Chu. Chu bespeaks a propulsion and pursuit. It marks them as Chunokun. Fuck, how's the thing typed on chapter mats? I don't remember. Functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway Nobus. You hail from the homeland as we do. I am unsurprised that you know of them. I could hardly fail to know, for I, too, was once enumerated among their quarry. Scientists and technicians were daily being disposed of their stations in Escort, after all. So it was no idle tale. Scientists who pity or ply their craft without fattening Escorp's coffers are seized forthwith and made Nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, a wretched appellation conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and an excuse of their power-mongering, nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by much the same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter, or does the hunter first seize his prey to thereafter frame be captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take possession of his very being and keep him caged, then they need only decree that he should bear the lot of a Nobi, such as what S-Corp has become today. We are not being subtle with this intervallo, we are not. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor or Yisong? Or me, perhaps? Or none of us? You mean to say that they may be conceptual forms of Shunokuns? Cones? Coons? I think coons, yeah. I don't know. Generated by distortion that is a plausible conjecture. We are getting nowhere with this clue hunting. With a heavy sigh, we just pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head were starting to pound in frustration. To delve further into the matter, it is necessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chunokuns have appeared as the motif for this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we've seen so far, would it not stand to reason that distortion stains all nearby things with memories most afoul? Yeah, makes sense. The presence of Chunokuns suggests a possible correspondence to Yisang's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens that hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from Babu hated Kim or Ongdu's memories. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect the surroundings. But this one, I'm not getting that pop of inspiration. I can't even guess at what this distortion wants either. Motherfucker, goddamn! Yo, this distortion wants to hurt your fucking eyeballs in real life. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again. Oh yeah, I concur. As Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this case would have been a piece of cake. And we're back with vision dwindling. So this is why you kept asking whether we'd seen anything bursting with a pop. You could have just said a flashbang, brother. Yeah, you get used to it. I'm gonna have to experience this again. The N-Corp employees must have it rough too, getting dragged into the distortion like this. I mean, what else were we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking care of it would be the fastest way around, forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head into the nearest dark room and... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wheeling Colt back here and get up to talk about the Tsunokans. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, the slacker just keeps slipping off without telling anyone. Wait, multiple times? As one part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also carefully following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Huh, I think I can get up with that. Have you located him? Huh? What? A boss clock found slot? Yep, found where Babu hated Kim is right now. This motherfucker ran so far he ran into the other team. There's not a singular way. You playing in a pitch black room or something? Nah, but my eyes are focused on the monitor. Behind it I have curtains that are not blocking out that much sunlight. It's so bright as hell outside.
이들의 수급을 들고 돌아가 주인님을 뵌다면
어쩌면 enter.
이번에야말로
Ooh, we get to use everyone. Alright. Sinclair, shut the fuck. Oh my god. Alright. Ryoshi.
자유로워질 수 없어. 이 거미줄을 끊어내지 않고서는.
Alright, bro, calm down. Not that serious.
대상 확인했어.
Ryan-sang, you
어디 보자.
you in no particular order. Wait, never mind. Rescind that order. You.
이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
Unneeded. Actually, okay, wait, question. How does the Ryoshu killing her companions work again? Not within it itself, but within when you have backup units. I feel like when I was trying to do one thing about it, I was asking. No, I know you use dodge, but I asked Frey about it, and I think at the time of the release, Frey was saying there might be a bug with her gaining more of the slots. If I put on the other characters as well, does she still gain the slots or what? No, like I don't care about the order. Just like when it comes to getting slots, if I just chuck in more motherfuckers, is she still gonna get slots? That bug has been fixed? Okay. So is it the case that she gets the slots and then when she dies, those come in like that after?
걸맞는
복제팀에
살아서 돌아갈
4, 3일 시작.
She gains a slot? Okay, yeah. Because that was a thing. Because I remember in the past I tried to use it and it just didn't work and I was like, huh? Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team, with the most raw fucking music playing in the background. 15k on the top donation, good lord, yeah. Yeah, that 15k donation is fucking huge. But honestly, even without that donation, it still is the case that like, even without it, still a lot has been achieved. Like still, I think, even without the 15k donation, there's been I think at this point was like month-wise to donation-wise, or more so day-wise to donation-wise, it's still higher than last year as well. So it is, APR this year is doing really well, thankfully. Oh shit, I should have put the blade lineage on backups, that's right. Oh well. Where's the sound? Did y'all not hear sound? Audio bug? Oh. Sound should be good. Bloody hell, what's up with these gets? I mean, they're showing up out of nowhere. How should I know? But judging by their getup, they seem to be escort fellas. When it comes to audio problem, do y'all mean game audio or me audio? Wait, no, I can't hear? Huh? Everything should be good. And things were going so well. I could have talked it out with those Fedora guys who were rummaging around the place earlier, you know? But no, you just had to go barking at them first, and it would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? I can still hear fine. I'll say, if you have an audio bug, just like refresh. Maybe just some general lag of the stream or whatever. Yeah, just like refresh if you have a problem. Oh, so it's my fault. Those bastards looked like they were just nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be the ones catching hell. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets a second to get the chance. That is a low blow. Oh, so wait, I just realized it's Gregor. What the fuck? Gregor, you're fine? Alright. Hell yeah. Oh, for how many bloody months are you locking to milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem too, mate? No, none at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies? Is that the end of your true performance? Shame, I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. I might have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of the rice wine to go with it. Bro. Do not hit me with the fucking... Do not hit me with that goddamn fucking Genshin Impact Honkai Star Rail text above. Like, oh, this is what it means, by the way. Yeah, that's an enemy, alright. He has a name tag, though. I think it says, LCD? LCD or whatever, who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with every bastard having to dig at me? Oh, dear. Such bold swings. I didn't know there was such an encore to that performance, huh? You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... It actually does something. Brother really flew at this man, bro. It's like they found out a way to uncap the speed of moving the sprites, and they're like, oh my god. Yo, watch what we're about to do. Wow, he took all those dopo wearing people out with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I'll leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murim tales never linger on the stage for long, after all. Oi, where the hell do you think you're going? Oh, damn it. Orlos was negated? Not yet. Nope. He's gonna need a lot more. Alright. Ryoshu. Kill everyone. Oh, this is a fucking focus encounter? Was the last one focused? Yeah, no, it would be. That would make sense, yeah. Alright, Ryoshu, kill everyone. I'll just select for as long as the evasion shit, and then afterwards I'm just gonna go hard off into just do whatever the fuck I want. I'll just spam no one right. What if Ryoshu didn't kill everyone? We'll take her off the team. Holy crap, the dungeon. This is not the dungeon. This is not the dungeon.
아쉽네요. 좀 더 멋진 상을 남은 작품이 되길 바랬는데.
Pop. 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 Not a singular bit of damage right there. Weak as hell. You too, Don Quixote. Didn't y'all say something about the whole slots being fine? I was lied to. Bro, should just throw that there. Or does she only gain slots on killing the nurse fathers? Is that it? I don't remember. I genuinely don't remember.
食い止められます。
Backups take them if you use one? Okay, so backups do take it. You still have 7 focus encounters so you don't get more? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be why. So in focus encounters you don't want any backup units because...
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Okay. Well, no reason to, I suppose, try to kill everyone then. I'll just play normally. Yeah, I do know the back ones are taking it, but prior to going into this, I was like, oh, is it still the case if she gains the slots if there's backups? And people are like, yeah, she still gains slots. But I suppose generally y'all probably meant an unfocused encounters, huh? Huh. Okay. Okay. It's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. Nobody expects a French Inquisition. Are you gonna turn on the text above their heads in conflict? In config? What's that? I feel like I've heard people talk about it, but I'm not 100. Is it like subtitles for what they say in combat? General. Alright, there we go. I pressed the wrong button there. Okay, okay. Alright, that's actually useful. I forgot that was the thing. Shit, I didn't even know. Bamboo hatted Kim, more like leaf wearing Schmim. Am I right, lads, or am I right, lads? Alright. Thank you for the $5 donation, Skara. Also, okay, wait. I did just notice that the recent donations are staying there for a while. I do worry about that taking up too much space. You already can't really see that. Let me just as we go through this, I'm just gonna message Frey real quick and wonder if there's a way to get rid of that. So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to. Yep, Luck just turned up out of nowhere. Flapped his gums, then did a runner before anyone could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh as though she was getting sick and tired of even complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you're also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound... There is no limit to the glaze. There is no limit to the glaze. By the way, how's your French? Immaculate. I was in French classes for 9 years of my life. Immaculate. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay? But come on, would it kill him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off on his own again? It's not like we'd stop him. And what are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? Not on Pride Month. We don't do that on our team, right? Remember last time? We all thought he was being a good patient and sleeping it off in recovery ward, but nope. When the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like nothing happened. And the team leader didn't even chew him out for that. Okay, so that's why he was in there. Yeah, makes sense. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie. Wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? And the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade us hold our tongue for this very reason. She knew full well Mentor's instructions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not just disclose that the man deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside, all alone, taking down the ring automatics who locked down the elevator that leads into the LCE department. Yet, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there. But the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. But it's all thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up and contact that LCE chief dude way faster. And that helped the LCA to actually deploy. And they would have been delayed for another hour or two if he hadn't stepped in, apparently. Manuel's holding the bots so we can just focus the bosses. Bro's in the EXP dungeon. Bro was genuinely hitting up the most efficient Minecraft EXP farm. Hey, thank you for the $3 donation, Scara. I apologize for my recent accusations. I was unaware of his game. I would like to formally say that Tsunul is now the Shmim. I do not even know what that is. But thank you for the $3 donation to APR. Anyway, fighting him though, he still wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient in a lot of pain. Ahem. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. Nope. He's a less talking, more doing type, I guess. Anyway, we were all stuck in the building back then during the incident, so fine. I suppose there was no helping it. Today though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips away and pops back in saying, "It's done." My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go his way and he just drops dead in the street somewhere? How are we supposed to help him there? Help him then. Actually, how does he even know what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Bloke's got to be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I've got him all figured out. He's an annoying bastard, but it didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched his chin, then kept talking as though he were stating an obvious fact. That is proof enough. He's not one of us. So, Lockhead couldn't have reached him from that far and sent him to back us up. And there's no way he just happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, isn't it? You need to stop saying "isn't it" randomly. Then... oh, could be bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and piece things together. It could be that. But I've got these moments when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of shite too. Said I can hear the gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. You do things you can make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time when we were expecting a life or death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning. Walks into a random pub, starts throwing back drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. It's Tuesday, isn't it? That's how it's going, man. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is, getting plastered right before a turf war is not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that pub was a secret hideout where the opposing syndicate was holed up. They were crawling around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'll kill him and put an end to the dead rabbits, and someone came storming in and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last bastard. And the boss knew it play out that way. I don't know why I feel like I'm slowly transforming into a southern voice, Heathcliff. You know what? I'm sorry to do that to you. You may be British, but you really do not deserve getting a southern accent put upon you. Sorry, but this really does sound like a barstool bragging to me. You sure that wasn't just a coincidence? I should think. It was no mere chance. If you are saying as much, then surely this was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Let's go down to the pub and have a pint with me lads. With the lads. British accent is so fucking funny to make fun of. Okay, wait, hold up. I'm gonna message Frey how to make it so the donations disappear after a bit of time, because they're kind of just there permanently, and I worry it's just gonna take up like half the screen. Frey Chama. This ain't gonna take long. Alright, I have messaged Frey Chakama, and if they do not respond and how to fix this, we can all blame Frey collectively as a group. Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of the stunts, our lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have worked out so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as, indeed, an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition, and more accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious is stored and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been some extremely rare cases in which Heathcliff, he didn't need to say extremely though, has demonstrated the ability to arrive at coherent conclusions that surprise even Faust. On further analysis, it would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to a sixth sense, as some people call it. Is that a compliment, or are you taking the piss out of me? Though my mentor does not seem to see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was ever taken in vain. Quick donate so often to APR before the fix so it covers the character's name in the text box. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I mean, okay, actually, okay, I can think of one fix, maybe, but I do wonder if there's a better way to do it. Because the thing is, I still want the recent donations to appear there to show like, hey, these people have donated, but I don't want it to be there forever, which kind of seems like the case because some of those donations are like an hour or so old at this point. So I want it to appear there for like a good solid like 10 or so minutes. But the fix I would have would just make it so it never gets fixed. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess, I have also been concerned about him as of late. His recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself from saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. No ability to just time it? That's the thing. I mean, I think maybe in the settings there might be an ability to just make it timed, but I don't know, so I'm just trying to ask Frey so I don't like stall the stream. But Frey is not responding, so I think we all collectively need to cry to Frey about it. I think that's what we gotta do. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has her own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let's return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had room to notice the place we found ourselves in. Isn't Frey live right now? Oh, wait. Hold up, is Frey live? Frey is live yet? Oh. Okay. Alright, never mind. Okay, you know what? Yeah, no, never mind. Yeah. Yeah, that'll do it. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, hold up. I'll just fix this in my own way then. Okay. I'll just continue to read out the donations when they happen. Will this fix it? No, a little more. All right. Little more. All right, that should be good. Shouldn't have a problem with it taking up the entire screen anymore. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting away in the dark this whole time, fellas. And the red lights aren't helping at all, especially with my age and eyes. Oh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Merso's clipped. Okay. His voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Merso, where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? God bless Merso. True. I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So he'd been doing his own thing. It explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. Didn't think you know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for, anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo studio first, and now a darkroom. There's maybe more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the access to this distortion rests upon a photographer. The film's serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio, or deviate by only a single digit. It is certain that this darkroom is connected by to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to these photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where do you get those photos? I brought some from the photo studio. Cannot name the locations in the pictures with certainty, yet they all still appear to have been taken at various places in the Corpse District. Buildings, mostly. Hey wait, I know what these are for, what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to that department store. Correct. The photos must have been taken by a photographer. Rousseau chimed in, holding up an oddly cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he was doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable for the average resident in Encore. In most cases, taking photographs is done as part of professional duties. There are approximately... Damn, my throat's scratchy. It's not what the hell. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these photographers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be procured into canned experience. Okay, forward into canned experience. Okay. A decographer. How can a person of such a decently lucrative profession fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to a darkroom to develop them and print them. Correct. Film rolls are usually immersed in developer solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place, pretty far from that photo studio. Huh. Yeah, now that you mention it, check out these windows. They're only covered by newspapers, all messy like. If you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light, it's really super suspicious that this dark room doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know films that can cost a fortune in some places in the city, right? Who in the right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspaper? Oh. This probably isn't even a legit dark room. Someone just hauled the bare minimum tools needed to develop film and throw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. If that's the case, then I can see why they might have distorted, right? Manager? Merceau comes to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop the film. What is it? Please ensure that the light in this room is not turned on until development is complete. Are we already doing that? Yes. However, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variables. This is why I have judged it necessary to make a separate request. Battle? There's no need for concern. I am capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Wait, can you slow it down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. At the photo studio, reinforcements arrived exactly 11 minutes and 34 seconds after N-Corp's pinframe team staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far made it clear that the photo studio and this darkroom share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Senator Heathcliff, Senator Hong Lu, and Senator Gregor have battled N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase. Yeah, okay, he's kind of cooking, I have a feeling I know what Merceau is getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning, to initiate, the initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to the completion of the second agitation. This indicates that 11 minutes and 30 seconds have elapsed since the start of development. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position, Manager. Merceau, you should have warned us that way earlier. Understood, Manager. I will follow that instruction going forward. Oh, brother. Goofy ass fucking game. Yo, my fucking ears, brother. God damn. Oh, so okay, wait. We finished up 3 already. 5. Okay, so about actually wait, no, that's 9.5. 1, 2. Okay. So about 5 anyway, actually. After the battle, something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of S-Corp's back streets distorted with the flash, Ongdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead. And at the end of her gaze, are those photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped to a clothesline. I mistook it for a warding rope at first and gave it little attention. Yet, upon closer look, I saw those pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they had been strung within the dark room and remained thus when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of S-Corp, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check them out ourselves. Just as I was wondering if the line was perhaps too high for me to reach, Merceau stepped forward and plucked a few photos off it. And the instant he brought them to me, we heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief, this distortion likes to change his mind, huh? Keeps switching between S-Corp and N-Corp. Feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Merceau, who stood right in front of me with the photos still held out in his hand. Missed an indeed. True. Oh, you didn't drop him? No. He gave his usual short answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he had been shaking. He took the film out of the container and flicked the lid off it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Oh wait, we're back here with the lights on now. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to light will not damage the film once the element is complete and the image is fixed. There's no cause for concern. That's a relief. I could say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I needed to hear. Sighing in relief, I held up the photograph so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. Okay. Interesting. That's also a bit too detailed of a design for a character to only appear in photographs. We're probably gonna see them later. The people in the photographs all look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them though, they all looked cold and indifferent. I don't know, that motherfucker's gripping those flowers really fucking hard. That looks like anger. Yeah, that's a city, alright. Ordinary folks you see anywhere. These aren't like photos we picked up at the studio earlier. Are these the kind of photographs they use to make Can experience? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Foss if she'd also felt the strange sensation, but it faded away soon enough. Perhaps it's something serious. Foreshadowing is a literary device in which maybe it was just a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Rousseau must have noticed that I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said docugraphs take these photos to put into Can experiences. Raw ingredients for Can experience are handled exclusively by the Grand Magician Sisyphe? I don't know. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe? What? The word gaze is being used a lot, somehow a reference to Merceau's canto, the gaze bearing. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah, it does seem like a lot of this is just kind of prep time for Merceau's canto. Both in like, okay, all the information about like all this Can experience, photographs, taboo hunters and shit, all that definitely is gonna be fucking for his canto. Like that's definitely laying the groundwork there. And then also just the book references as well that are getting like, you know, like little sprinkles here and there. Yeah. Oh, I think I've heard of it. Can experiences, right? They're in high demand in other districts too, but the only brand stamped on them is Grand Magician Sisyphe. Same name every time. I remember some of my classmates bragging about trying them whenever, fucking rich kids, whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. Yeah, makes sense. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of canned experience, known as experience batter, is supplied to reproducing factories, where docugraphers fine-tune the experience details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building that they could never afford. Okay, that kind of just does remind me of like, it reminds me of all the videos about like, come with me to explore this $1 million New York apartment. And it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of also the case in real life, isn't it? Or how people talk about Minecraft being like a Gen Z power fantasy because you get to build your own house in it. It's like, oh wait, hold on now. Wait, I kind of see what they're cooking here. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. That's just playing video games where you get to destroy the environment. It's pretty much just fucking video games VR and like YouTube doom scrolling, but just more effective. You're telling me someone could eat a can of experience at 30 FPS versus 60 FPS? Demand for hot couture canned experience is increasing by the day. So that's why the photos from earlier were all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, information concerning ordinary experience that can be easily encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? I also would like to point out that I'm pretty sure it's either one of the biggest or one of the most expensive canned experiences out there, at the very least one of the biggest draws, is just canned experience of suicide. Which also kind of shows just how fucking grim the city is. Perhaps these were not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. I wonder if they can streams? Why would you want to experience a canned experience of being a streamer? The hardest job in the world. That just sounds horrific. Really, when you really think about it, I mean, why would you want to be a streamer? That like come on, brother, man. That's just a canned experience of like nothing but stress and high cortisol. Like, what are we doing here? Was it the most expensive or most popular? I mean, wouldn't be surprised if it's both. Perhaps these are not images harvested for their commodity value, but pure photography in and of itself. Canned experience of Camille or Siegfried? I mean, that does sound kind of raw. I mean, like, okay, if canned experiences did exist in reality, like, I would. Like, I would try out a lot of them. I don't know what in particular, though. Falling off a building. Fuck it, I'm curious. Actually, not falling off a building, skydiving. I'll try that shit. There are people who take photographs knowing that it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. Canned experience of Virgilius when the orphanage burned out. If you hate yourself, that could work. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. That is, if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd take the risk and help them take the picture. I'm not so crass as to put a price on sentiment and nostalgia, but spending this much money on film rolls, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't just a matter of sentiments or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly express my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, the S-Corp from the past that only Kim and Ongdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by the distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation at play here, strong enough to slip past even the distortion. And if that obsession is something that refuses to let these memories be influenced, I think our next step should be to look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted, unaltered clues we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in these photographs. Oh, good idea. A team leader did say that we should accept input from the LCB with open arms. Hey, Ongdu, can you give me the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with 7 Association. Let's look for that one that could take the request right away. Can someone tell Ezra that we're fine? I think I know where to find those photos of those people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, I guess I'm just having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. DWRC? I think she said, do we regroup, clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Oh, whoops. Roji is with you, right? this fucking... just factored in that fucking... Can you put her on? Imagine you're afraid of going on train, so you buy a warp train can experience. Oh my god. Can experience of Angela's life. Okay, these are all the horrific ones. The truth of the city, a can experience of Roland's POV of what he saw that he needed wiped from his memory. Okay. I feel like the target audience y'all have for can experiences is just pure fucking masochists. Like, you know, I feel like canned experience of Philip. I feel like these aren't ones people would want to take. Where's like canned experience of a perfect pizza? Canned experience of a New York cheesecake? Thoughts? Canned experiences of a nice warm bath with bubbles? Maybe like a rubber ducky too? Thoughts? Have you seen the player base? Okay, this is factual. Okay. Canned experience of being the Red Mist? I mean, honestly, I'll take that shit. I'll take that shit. I'll take that shit. Roja, you there? What? Dante, what's the talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard with the bread and pastries. My hands are completely full over here. Pastries? What kind? Just one of everything. Need. Can you grab extra brioche and baguettes for me too? Love the ones from that street. They're so good. Hold on, I gotta read just a pile if I wanna. Just throw them on TF. They're packaged. Ryoshu, you can't treat food like that, Kay. Bread has... I mean, bakers have feelings too, you know? How do you think that baker would feel if they knew someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard was rattling again for no reason. Anyways, Dante, can you give me a sec if you need me to fight? I just need to cram these into my pockets real quick. No, it's not a fight. Canned experience of mobile advertisements. Canned experience of having reading comprehension with True. Huh, and then what's this about? I took a closer look at the words written on the wicker basket in the first photograph Merso had brought me. Ooh, wait, smart actually? Wait, hold up. Wait, an IQ too high? Wait, hold up. Where's that bakery you're at? Wait, hold up. Okay, an IQ too high? Wait, hold up. Alright, I want some bread, true. I know who you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one glance at the pictures I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17, right next. He's a regular. He used to drop by every morning to buy sandwiches or share with his co-workers. Haven't seen him around lately, though. And those co-workers, I assume they were wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, we just showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was always wearing one, too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at that cannery should bring us to the information we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photos that weren't affected by the distortion, right? Thought she'd be a close acquaintance. Allow me to don't interrogate her, brother. Bro, we just about to like put a knife to her throat. Where were you? Like, any core backstreets remind me of Europe. True. Explains why it's depressing. Yeah, true. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name. The apathy evident in her voice came. Okay, wait. She's approaching this pretty smart, actually. Wait, she's kind of like sneaking that in there. Like if she doesn't know the name, then she wouldn't care about the motherfucker. Of course, no big relation there. Okay, kind of smart. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that interesting face. The baker's demeanor changed when Wheatus pressed the point. She gave a strange and settling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round, can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences for free if I let him take my picture. Even he said he'd throw in the docograph of the building of my choice. Interesting. He docographs buildings, right? Here he even takes work trips to the nest every now and then. So I asked him to get me a docograph of this lovely mansion I saw by the nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I'd ever hoped for. You know, I really do appreciate how, like, when it comes to Project Moon and their themes and symbolism, for whatever reason I can't pronounce it, should have now. Symbolisms and shit when it comes to the works, especially within capitalism as well, as they do critique it often. I do really like some of the shit they do. Like they do a very good job with it. And Can Experiences, I mean, looking at it, I think that's just a really good example of it. Create a gigantic wealth divide, create drugs to exploit that wealth divide and give it to the people who are on the lower end to give them an experience of being richer. Give it to them, get them hooked on it, get them to keep buying it over and over and over because they need that escapism from the wealth divide you created to keep them in poverty in those situations. Yeah. They kind of cooked with that. They were kind of cooking with that. Cyberpunk coded? Pretty much, honestly, yeah. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a distinct eeriness to that dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my... Yeah. Personally, I would just get the money, but that's just me though. But like, you can't. Like, you just can't, is the thing. Well, okay, I mean, I know you're joking, but like, in case anyone thinks that's the case, it's like, you just can't get the money. Unless you kind of goated though. Like, I mean, hey, if you are goated, just become a color fixer, right? I mean, like, is that doubt I hear? Shit, no, my fault, gang. You got that shit, twin. You got that. Never mind. You got that. But yeah. Head will tax the hell out of you. True, actually. Young Merso. Are these Can Experiences truly possessed of such marvels? To pluck all semblance of reason from one's countenance? They maintain high demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean that those who indulge in Can Experiences may experience venturing on an expedition to the Great Lake and bungee jumping off the summit of that skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? That's the Hope Core version of it. It's probably not how it's used for the most part, though. Even colors are basically locked out of true riches to keep them controlled. True. They may, however. Oh, my magic can allow one to pursue any dream the heart make it. Yeah, Don, it's not like that. Verily, I confess mine own soul. As much Don, do not become a drug addict. It differs from pursuing a dream. Yo, he hates that shit. Oh my god. Mass-produced Can Experiences are made from base experience batter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense stimulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike the dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of the Canary's production lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of experience in her previous statement must also be amended. He hates that shit. Oh my god. Third sprite, yeah! Memories altered for intense stimulation. That does sound quite shady. How doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the Can? Adventures and tales are, forsooth, inclined towards a little grandeur. It is because the memories provided by Can Experiences are extremely vivid. Statistics have shown that users of Cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. Yeah. A possible cause of the formation of dependence patterns is that Can Experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is, in reality, bro, fuck out of here. This is worse than when Ishmael was like, their blind obsession. Like, oh my god, bro, shut your bitch ass up. Oh my god. Bro's talking to Don Quixote. Achieve the dream, the impossible dream. You get it, Don Quixote? Oh my god. Art thou implying that the users are made content with the varying forged dreams stored in instant? I can't get for that shit. Instant use scans? Or still, the user may no longer strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendidly a dream, let's talk about dreams, man, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. To become a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily, doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, if the resultant dream arouseth not the spirit to gallop toward it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. Crack ship Dante Kim just because the touches scene when we meet them? Nah, that ain't a true crack ship. Y'all need to write a crack ship where the characters have never interacted. That's a true one. You need characters on two opposite sides of the universe, and they need to somehow meet together and love each other. That right there is a crack ship. Let me tell you what. But they sell well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barged in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you... I mean, that's fair. It's pretty fair. Pretty fair. You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding my bakery. You know, it's kind of fair. Me ex Angela. I'm with you on that one, brother. Her case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerbys gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering amongst themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady, I practically cleared your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the hell have you been keeping all that then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in my coat pockets, so we can all share later. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off the other customers. Understood. Given that the expenses made to facilitate the operation, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh my god. This fucking bum. Oh my god. Oh nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. Oh my god. It was Kim. You really did have a knack for making an entrance at the least expected moments. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me all you like, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation, only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chop it. I hate this motherfucker. He's such a lovable chud. Y'all don't get the Gap Moe potential. Alright, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. As his anger face drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground like a crumpled sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us all bakery next, roof and all. I best get away from here, manager. Oh my god. Marcel approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, I just realized he's making can experience. I really should have pieced someone together prior. Oh, so this is the film in that canister you're shaking. Do I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun for... Of course. Of course. Who'da thunk? The sun! Or other sources of light, as it is a reversal film. The images should be visible as they were photographed. Okay, well, not necessarily a canned experience, but maybe something within that umbrella. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see it too? I'll move it over a bit. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could still tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Huh. And it's the same person in every shot, and the same pose in all of them. Huh, you're right. No, wait a second. See the arm there? Further along the strip you go, the lower it gets. Yeah, and the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminded me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot and yeah, everyone did that as a fucking child, yeah, but why is this terrifying? You start with the arms down, then you make one small change on each page, and the arms up higher and higher until they're all raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The stuff, yeah, that's also just more or less how video works. Like, what's the problem? That class was called okay. I remember the teacher saying that video footage we watch are all made the same way. Are you saying that this is... Oh. It's a continuous sequence of stilled images. The arrangement of the frames suggests that this film strip is highly likely to constitute footage. A violation of NCorp's... Oh. Merso, why'd you do that? Oh, the next one's called Taboo. Huh. Real quick. I cannot buy that motherfucker. Okay. I was hoping to buy it for the bonus. Okay, who am I not using? You. We'll just make it that. You don't have any blade lineage, right? Yeah, no. Yi Song does, but I'm not gonna stop using that identity, so miss me with that. You do, so I could just...
망설임 없이.
So we might be a little fucked. Friendly mind there, Vespa was an NCorp taboo hunter? Yeah. I don't think he's a standard for them. Ish has new blade? Yeah, I didn't roll for it. Well, I rolled for it, but I didn't get it, so. This is fine enough for me.
볼 것도 없이 처형이군.
Actually, boy, what's the difference though, right? Wait. I kind of already forgot the specific wording about it. Is it recordings are banned or videos are banned? Oh, crap. As soon as I registered Merceau's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we going to be okay? We might have just broken a taboo. A man began to... I think recordings? Okay, well, I'm getting people say recording footage and watching it. Recordings is in sequential images. Both are banned? Okay. Well, weren't they watching TV earlier? Or did he say he had to stop watching TV because he got here? My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back to our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us then, and it ended up being not that big of a deal at the end of the day, since I could revive the sinners, but some nest taboos can get us in serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? Back at HQ? Okay. I thought his bum ass was watching TV in NCorp as well. Okay, that makes more sense then. I hurriedly turned towards the sinners, many of whom looked every bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. I mean, I do have to wonder, is there a way they would know immediately if we break a taboo? Like, Miss Foss, what will happen to us if this gets a manager killed? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not dying, and we'll be fine. NCorp's not gonna kill you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. But really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does contain genuine recorded footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with the commands, thank them for their service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay. There is a possibility that everything will not be okay. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Because I've developed the contents of that film roll in that dark room. Oh, Halo's a ghost. The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it is very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo. Really? But the team leader said that N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of taboo violation. If the footage's image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sticking their fixers on our butts right away, and that could buy us time to give our company some leverage to make a deal. However small it might be. Low FPS is allowed? Yeah. Because that's what they're really sniffing around for, is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky, then they actually come after us. It's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity. Probably. So what actually does frame rate within regulations entail? I mean, that shit seemed horrifically slow, so... it means that the interval between each frame shouldn't be, like, super brief. Think about real photo slideshows. They only show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate their taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Or so, I trust that you are knowledgeable in subjects concerning N-Corp, yes? Cooperate. Could this film roll be considered a violation of the taboo? We just picked up the film roll on the ground and showed it to Merso. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is thoroughly analyzed and compared with adjacent. Without waiting for Merso to finish, we just unroll the film roll and raise it against the sky. Those of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. Film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. Damn, she just immediately broke that shit. She did not give a fuck. Opinions on Kim's design? Bum ass motherfucker. I mean, he looks like, he doesn't look bad, but like goddamn. Experiment to see how close we could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may even be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gather around Wheatus and look up towards the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between frames, doesn't it? The photographer couldn't possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the shutter button. I don't see any difference. I see here. The expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy sort. Perhaps yet observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from strain to maintain it. Oh, if that's the case, maybe the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very, very slowly. That's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're in the clear just yet. That's when Bamboo hated Kim, who had been sprawled out on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreets dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Then the likely scenario must be that the creator of this film roll deliberately made its subject move very slowly from frame to frame, creating a series of disconnected photos that, when played sequentially, would look like footage that violates the taboo. In which case, this film roll does not violate the next taboo, right? Okay. That is highly probable. Okay. So he says, executive manager, we should be in the clear for now, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wings taboo. Whew. But if he was willing to go through this much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he'd have stopped there. Based on all available evidence, executive manager, it seems reasonable to conclude that the inflection point of this case is in a taboo violator on the run. But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a Wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual Wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available in the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough, and you might even get transferred to a factory job in a nest. That gives you a pretty okay chance at a better life, so maybe he was just tired of living that kind of life. Everyone has one of those these days, don't they? The sort of feeling that you could be doing more than live the rest of your life in a 9-to-5 hell. Literally Ishmael's Canto. The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said must have tickled Bamboo hated Kim because he suddenly whooped around towards her and shook his head. Okay, that's just because he's unemployed though. Like, that's just because he's fucking unemployed. He just wants to be unemployed. I don't, maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing away everything they built on a win? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, wants to start by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo and inched on and on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera and another with the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. He's not unemployed, we own him. Okay, he wants to be unemployed. He dreams of unemployment. Cool. Then that leaves the question of what the heck is he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all this part of the back streets to see. But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those who unwittingly came across the projection, right on? It have made those folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone? So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I asked around on the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they can make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point, or I guess to say that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it is not a taboo of N-Corp to view recorded videos. Pray tell, why would in any sane mind? It ain't a taboo if you only make a projector, isn't it? And Backstreet's blokes are down for anything as long as there's coin. Huh, so how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the Pinframe team have just been identified in the vicinity. They all are carrying the same briefcases. Oh, well, isn't that convenient? Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just follow the tail in people who look like they're involved with what we're looking for. So they lead us to whatever we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts with suspenders milling about, and I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for those plaid shirt fellas to look around like they're scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? Collect evidence, please advise for. They also radioed each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Huh? Perhaps you can answer that series of queries yourself. Nope. This crowd sure don't look like they're gonna just let us follow them. Damn, my voice is dying. I have been reading. Wait, okay, how far are we into this? People were saying it's short, but like... that shit's been a minute. Or like, I've been streaming for a while now. Next season is Tremor season. Alright, it's time to admit something. Brother man, I've never used Tremor. Well, I've never used a team specifically made for Tremor. Like, I would honestly go so far as to say, I don't know what the fuck Tremor is meant to even do. Brother, the only teams I've used, Rupture, Sinking, Bleed, Poise. So just all the ones except for Tremor, really. I don't know shit about Tremor. I don't know how the fuck that works. It's not my problem.
쳐다보기
I ain't gonna use that shit.
멋있는 건
갖고
알아.
놀기 질렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 보장 잠바.
But there's so many different cool types. But did you factor in
둘 박살.
Blood Fiend team? Thoughts? Hold up. Actually, wait. Let me just P-enter. Bitch. Oh.
거긴 킬존이다.
Frey finally responded to me. But I already fixed the problem by now. It only took Frey 20 minutes. Oh my god. Fake friends, let me tell you.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의
Charge
멜로디가
doesn't exist. Yo, I genuinely forgot Charge exists.
쳐다보긴
I have used a Charge team in the past. Well, I mean, the Charge team was just W Corp Don Quixote, who was the best.
예술적이네요.
Best unit like on release.
예측할 수 없게.
훌륭한 단말만에.
All of their statuses have their own ways working as Charge. Yeah, true.
분량 5배.
쳐다보긴 우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸렘.
Next season, Tremor. What did Vespa apply? Tremor. What was he affiliated with? Encore. Vespa Merso ID? Okay, it's not impossible, but not soon. Because he's still a color. Alright, bro, wrap it up. Wrap it up.
쳐다보긴
This fight been going on for too long.
멋있는 건 알아가지고.
Wrap it up. I mean, Ren was the star of the city. You know, actually, okay, that actually kind of is true, to be honest.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 딸렘.
But even then, I still feel as like,
이 순간이 다 들어.
I still feel like Vespa would just whoop his ass, though, right? R6 Stream 1? I have been wanting to do one. I just keep on forgetting to.
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 예측할 수 없게.
I have been wanting to do an R6 stream. But I also am I'm a little scared because I know how long that shit is. And it's like, brother, man. I need to focus on getting this video out first. Because that stream's gonna be long as shit.
외면의 예술을.
It's Pride Month, Tsunul. You know what that means. What does it mean?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 심금을 울리지는 못하더라도
R6 took.
여전히 반지에 부끄럽지
Yo,
않은 작품을
shut the fuck up, Honglu. Oh my god, brother. I do not. Are you done? Good. R6 talk about 6-7 hours if your RNG is bad. 6-7.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은
이것으로.
You're hilarious and all. I know I
이
am.
순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
쳐다보기엔
Do you know what the bosses are in R6? No. I just know there's that one fucking dragon everyone hates. I just know there is that one motherfucker that I've had my friends crash out over and over about. I've seen people just go like, what the fuck is this thing? That's the only thing I know. Aside from that, genuinely nothing.
필연적 절대적. 이거 분강 맞지? 그렇지. 필살. 바로 그거다. 달렛 브레이크 슬램.
Ying Long, my beloved. So, not a lot of people called Ying Long their beloved. I heard a lot of differing words used to describe it.
쳐다보기엔 우리 엄마 멋있는 건 알아가지고.
Ying Long is Satan's greatest soldier. Yeah, that sounds more in line with what I've heard, yeah. No, that sounds about right.
그대 흔들려. 그렇지. 둘. 바로 그거다 딸렘. 이 순간이 닿도록
Aura.
베어내리라.
The Pekatulum crashed the game?
원망도 옅어지.
Wait, damn, really?
엄마만큼은
Why do I feel like I heard that was a problem when they used Pekatulum in whatever fucking RR it was? I feel like I heard that was the case. I'm not 100 though. I feel like I heard that was the case, but I'm not a million. Granted, it's also mobile, which I've heard so many different crashes when it came to mobile for Limbus. So like, actually, okay, wait. How is the phone version of the game now? Is it actually like good or?
쳐다보기엔 우리 엄마 멋있는 건
갖고
알아가지고.
놀기. 틀렸다. 그쯤 해줬으니 포장잠.
I mean, the update bricked mobile for a couple. Oh, fuck. But it's good now. Okay, okay.
낮도 밤도 지우.
Yeah, I've never really played Limbus on my phone before.
베어낼 것.
Like even at times where I've gone off to travel and I wasn't gonna be next to my PC, I'm just like, I just won't log into Limbus. It's fine.
바로 그거다 딸렘.
敵は深手を負っています。
예측할 수 없게.
Then again, I say that like logging in for like 2 or 3 days is a big thing. Or like not logging in for 2 or 3 days is a big thing, but like, man, I just don't log in on the regular at times. I just forget. Like, okay, in my mind, when I wake up, I have like, I'm like, okay, let me wake up, get some coffee or water or whatever the fuck. And then let me just do like whatever dailies I gotta do for my gacha games. And for whatever reason, Limbus Company has not mentally cemented itself into that rotation of gacha games.
베어내리라.
Like I wake up, I'm like, alright, Arknights, done. Arknights takes like a minute. Alright, Enfield, done. Takes a bit longer. That shit takes like 7 minutes. 6, 7 minutes.
재밌겠는데?
And then I'm like, alright, Honkai Star Rail, done. That shit takes like, I don't know actually. I feel like it takes a while, but it doesn't take too long. I feel like it takes a minute to run in the background, but you don't actually have to play it. skipping Limbus alias because I'm lazy. That's pretty much me. Also why I'm always fucking broke. Like consistently broke.
파우스트, 신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
これが必要な戦いであれば
예측할 수 없게.
What does other do besides making modules? Well, making modules and doing like excavations and stuff. That would just generally be it.
파우스트, 신체 파의
敵は深手を負っています
예측할 수 없게. 그렇지.
Limbus genuinely has the most generous gotcha system with the shards. True.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
This better not give you max damage. Oh my god. No, do not be the highest damage. I don't want my fucking ears get eviscerated again. Please, no. Please, anyone but that motherfucker. Please. Oh, hell no. No, no, go to the next one. No, no, go cut that voice line out. No, 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 no. I'm not having my fucking ears bleed.
아마도
No, fuck that sound effect. That shit is way too loud. Hardly a challenge. What a waste of time. Whew. Well, at least I'm not much of a fighter one-on-one. Service de clou. That's how you say it in French. My French is kind of perfect like that. Perfect. It's not a combat specialized department. While they have undergone basic combat training for exigent circumstances, they're not prepared for head-on conflicts such as this. Yeah, I noticed. They keep taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description? Whew, whew. What are they snapping away for then? Or whispering behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in the report for their higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they could think we're all involved in this somehow. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. It's hardly a surprising rationale. Rousseau stood a footstep away from the rest of these sinners and watched in silence as they tried to come up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say? Or is he simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? So what if... I haven't read Merceau's book, so I don't fully know. What if the hesitation he has as of now is coming from the idea of going like, back when I was working with them, I kind of already forgot the name of their organization. Back when I was working with them, maybe observing his engaging. All right, we're locking you in the shed. Maybe he's thinking back to his time, and maybe he accused someone of doing something that they didn't actually do because it just seemed like the likely conclusion. It seemed like it could be the case, and that could call back to why he was like, nothing's objective, it's all subjective, whatever, whatever. Maybe that's the case. I don't know how it relates to his book. It also just could be something else here, but maybe. He is slowly acting estranged with us. Man, it's almost like he's some kind of stranger. How about that? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or whim... Hey, Merceau? I was struck by the sense of brief yet distant strangeness, and was oh my god, brother. And was compelled to speak with him. Yes, manager. I'm not being a stranger or anything. How strange. So fucking stupid. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't sure if you're supposed to say it. Yes, manager. I will do as you ordered. Should be. I'll do as you ordered. Should one such circumstance occurs. As always, his reply was as deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his own that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His reply was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yes, a prepared answer written down on a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the only one he had available for situations like this. Clearly, prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt, "Sure, if you say so," I turned away from him and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered at the tip of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that, he spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point to an object or an enemy, I can provide a verbal explanation based on my current knowledge. If you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Does that mean to say he was lost in thought? Is that what he's saying? Like, lost in thought, your eyes, and you don't know where you're looking at, you're just whatever the fuck? I'd asked him again then, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, but I have found myself the smallest peek into Merso's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together. I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager? Yeah? Another battle is imminent. As you have previously instructed, I have informed you of an imminent battle. Thank you, Merso. Thank you. Yo, Boss Clock, are you just gonna sit there all day while we do all the fighting? They're pouring out of that building over there. So they must have been on their way to that building. Our path ahead seems clear. Executive Manager, let us neutralize those foes and head up there. Gotcha. You're right back there. The brief lull of battle came to a close. And battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Merso had predicted, we made our way into the building. So aren't we kind of just making enemies of them? It seems kind of bad, right? First it was Foss GPT, then Hermes GPT, now Merso GPT. Actually true. Bloody hell, them blokes who fought downstairs must have been the weaker ones of the bunch. How does Encorp have so many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Haha, it is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the corporal worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're ones from the subsequent reports. The Encorp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find a taboo violator here, not a big group or of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking, sending fodder like us to deal with our organized taboo violation? They should have sent taboo hunters here instead. What do you think they told us to consume canned experiences containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower wouldn't suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? The one of them's, Oh, what now? Yes. All of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with the metallic whirl of some kind of machine. Is this shit gonna play a video? And immediately I could tell what it was. Distortion. Oh. Standing in the middle of the shabby room was a device I wasn't sure if I had seen before. Its exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we saw on the Chinokun's faces earlier in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed to it began to rotate slowly with the dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes. Yeah, there's going to be a video. The moment it began to emit a faint ray of light, we just thundered in a commanding voice. I quickly turned away as well, making sure not to catch even a glimpse of it. The device could be playing a recorded video, Executive Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. Shit. I saw that. I'm so... Oh, sucks to suck. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, it's starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Ongdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? Okay, so it's not actually a video. The hell's wrong with you? Don't you know that anyone who watches even a split second of a recorded video in Endcorp gets... Of course I know, but I watched it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on, he's right. That video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video would be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Endcorp employees also opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look at the machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the side of the wall. And this was his message, delivered via white words on a black background. So, you tracked me down this far. Okay. Welcome back, time-killing time? After what I went through to take my refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without even a care about the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a Category 3 violation. Out of curiosity, what's our category? Reveal yourself now and forfeit your illegal recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but witless buffoonery in the absence of fools? Alright. The hollowed vessel, bereft of all but lingering delusions, grants not even a rule of echo to the dogged excoriation of tools. What's this fellow on about? If you mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Playing. Without even so much as turning around, Babu hated Kim, raised his sword and parried away the Endcorp employee's nail-shaped. He's kind of getting the aura back. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. After what I went through to take refuge in here, they still ended up finding this place. All of you blindly consuming... Yeah, just repeating, yeah. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now that does make me wonder, was I just as far gone when I distorted? Past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone had an answer to that question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Endcorp employee's attacks. To Tom, that's no foolery. Kim. Oh my god. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. He's just an action manhole tag and got the warrior, two warrior fellows. Where no one's quite sure what the vibe is. Dipshit and the lazy boy blade storm in the streets. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I'm no different from this abomination. Just as it wields that contraption, I must have wielded the only thing I really have known. The blade. I cannot take that line seriously after all the memes of like, as you've been doing this, I've been studying the blade. He sheathed and unsheathed his blade 1,000 times to like transforming into a mindless fiend consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Good answer, mentor! Oh my god. Consider this gobsmacked. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes. I truly did. But such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms about showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of the fathoms of one heart is? That's gotta be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run, a mere ant before a car in motion into a swerving driver. Conjuring dead fellows before the eyes of their mentor, simply unconscionable. Rude as hell, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest. Courtesy of you. You got some thoughts there, Merso, that you want to share with the class? And that split second, I think I saw Merso's eyebrow twitch. A battle is imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle, perhaps? Brother man Dante, is that, do you genuinely think that is the case? Pop? Motherfucker. Oh, bro. Fuck this Intervallo. Absolute dog shit Intervallo. Oh. Yeah, you gotta stop with the flashbangs. A blinding light followed by an because like the worst part is I'm like staring like a motherfucker at the text. Think fast, chuckle nuts, like no. My vision immediately went here. And when it did, damn the squad. The first thing that came into view was a particularly unsettling landscape of Escort, followed by a bamboo-hated Kim, surrounded by a small army of Tsunul. I do wonder as to why the motherfuckers in the suits are the ones getting transformed into... Well, actually, no, didn't they talk about that earlier? So why they're getting transformed? Actually, I don't remember. Is the transformation a visual thing where you perceive the enemy as that? Or is there something specifically transforming those people in the suits into that as opposed to us getting transformed? Mentor! Keep that up and you shout me death on, though. Isn't it about time we both grew accustomed to such nights? Mentor, still, do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat, that they might bind and drag you away? This isn't bad, is it? And just these folks so far, unlike earlier when another... Okay, well that one, my eyes were a bit still adjusted, so like, that one didn't hit me as bad. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize every... Brother, you could speak. Talk no jutsu. You could just... Oh my god. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wondering all day for this exact reason, and... So that was its mechanism. Boss? The orders began to shift rapidly before I had the chance to speak, to ask Boss what she had meant. To Limbus' comfort, settling in lies, I give you what most deserve your gaze. That has to be Marcel. Yo, I... Maybe you should just go outside more, Tsunul. I'm not gonna fall. I'm not falling for the rage bait. It's not happening. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over at this rate. It changed. It did. Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. Oh yeah. As Merso identified, there was something different about the group of Chinokun this time. They were accompanied by someone else. Oh, I just thought I thought they meant that was a dude and that was a girl. No, yeah, that motherfucker is a bit different. A warrior in impressive armor, wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the Asal Circle. To be reunited in such a manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waistguard and knocked an arrow. I suppose this would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military commission in Gyeong. Yep. How do you fare, friend? At the signal arrows loosing, seize the accursed. Okay. Alright. The warrior loosened the knocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chunokan began to swarm us. Okay. Wait, boss? I'll check the HP to see if this is a boss or an interesting, like, just a bit of a... No, yeah, no, that's definitely a boss instead of just being a whatever encounter. That is, it's quite a lot of skill slots, really. Not you. I thought you were Kim for a second. I want to check out his passives. Get to know that fucking bum left. Okay, that's nice. That's nice. I'm glad. Kind of nice thing though. Unclashable? Okay. The rest of these are clashable though, and all that too. There's a counter die though, so I can generally ignore you. How you feeling there? Neutral all around? Okay. That's the least favored. What about you? You're getting targeted by fucking everything, so you just have your pick of the litter, really. Neutral all around. You're a counter die though, so it's not the best, I'd say. It might be neutral, but take it anyway. Hopefully we could just have it lose SP. You kind of just gotta go up against them because they're the one that has the mark, so. It's struggling, but that's the prescripts. That's favored. That's favored. I would generally prefer she gets. Actually, okay, wait. I could retarget this. I don't need to. I don't need to have one targeted now. Oh, there? Yeah, that's favored. At least goes to neutral. Well, actually, okay, instead of that, that's also neutral. Okay, fuck it. Might as well go there. I should also probably read the passives. Look at his tag. S-Corp, ports Circle Psi. I don't think too different there. Look at his tag. What do you mean? Also, wait, y'all talking about this? Unaffected by would that be her? Unclashable with assist unit prioritizes centers. Okay. Just so happens that this is a time when it is not prioritizing centers. Who has the best shot of winning against it? Actually, better question. Slash damage? Okay, who has slash resistance? Normal? You can't die anyway. You'll be fine. Okay, that's fine. Take yours back and just go over that. She'll have to take the struggling again, but it's fine. Okay. I'm more so intrigued in this. Manner beast? Very particular about strength. Okay. Only a relentless theory of change slashes can overwhelm the creature until it's felled at last. Fail to do so, the tiger will escape death, or best is opponent to one day grow into a Tsunul, a lord of the mountain. Whether these beings will grant auspicious fortune on men or return as malevolent calamity is impossible to tell. When that expires in the encounter? Okay. Lose one sack when taking shield damage? Okay, so this isn't the actual fight. Gotcha. It also only has how much? 5? Okay. Eastern Warside armors are not so much equipped as they are piloted. Interesting. Much like Arcorp's pirate armor suit and the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West, that greatly augments the user's offensive and defense combat capabilities. Yet these advantages do not mean the armors of such potency are really supplied for common personnel. Each unit has its own unique controls and comes with the limitation of requiring separate fuels. What remains certain, however, is that, as with all the aforementioned armors, once a rider has familiarized himself with the extended reach and heightened power output, he becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. Okay. It's getting a bit too much reading. I'm gonna just read. I've been reading out loud too much. Okay. I don't need to know the rest of the passives. It's only an intervallo. Win rate. Okay, pretty easy win so far. Pretty clean.
쳐다보기엔
Okay, I'm actually surprised we've been winning all these clashes, but it's generally the ones later that are actually the problem. Namely, Dawn's. I think she's just gonna lose that. I just don't think there's any way she wins that. Negative 10 Sandy, though. It does help. Oh, okay, hell yeah. Good shit. Okay, actually we won all of them. Good shit, good shit, good shit.
바로 그거다.
Okay, actually, so
状態に何か変化が
min stack 1, max 9, turn in, lose 1. At 1 stack, retreat a turn in and transition into a different location. Do I want that to happen or not? I mean, I think it's just gonna happen. Return to the field based on current battle form of the homeland? Gain or lose number of turns spent in retreats. Okay. Maybe it's preferable for that not to happen then. I'm gonna max S for all these. Okay. Okay. I feel like I'm still not really understanding this. Mainly, I suppose it would be this part of it. Yeah, just use single coins, use multi-coin, okay. Lesson 5, gain 5. Ah, okay, I see. Ah, okay, I see. That's the one that puts it together, okay. So you're in bear right now, so I want you to have less than 5, but what you do, so yeah, fragile. Okay, that makes sense then. Alright. That's the only thing I needed. Yeah. Follow the prescript's will above all else. Build that ego. Actually, I want you to get more SP. But you're getting targeted by anything, so wherever you want to attack, you're good. If I start lose 3, yeah. Might as well keep losing it because they're in the bay form, so. Although clashing against that's pretty easy, so I might want to put you up against a bit of a better one. Both of those are easy though. That's already been taken over. That's only a favorite. I'll save that for somebody who can handle it more. Neutral. Yeah, might as well. That's dominating. That's a little much. Okay, that's dominating though. Take that over. Dominating. Might want to change that over to a favor. Gonna have to take damage from one of them. That's fine. Actually, if anything, 2 of them, but whatever.
거긴 킬존이다.
쳐다보기엔 우리는 맛있는 건 알아가지고.
하나, 둘, 박살.
Should have ran BL team to get absolute prior resonance. I mean, I can't fault the logic. That is true.
그렇지. 이거 분당 맞지? 바로 그거다. 필살. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
이 순간이 다들 베어내리라.
Okay, this is going pretty well so far, honestly. Yisong? Okay. Okay, fuck me. Fuck my chud life. I just had to say something. Okay, no. Thank you, Isang, I'm glad. Look at what Ongdu is doing. Study that, alright? Study that.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
야! 차!
Bro really just had to do that. Bro was like, oh, it's been going. What do you say? What if I just eat absolute shit in front of you? Oh, no, thank you, thank you. You shouldn't have, Isang. You shouldn't have. You really shouldn't have. Also, question. We said Isang, make this guy regret speaking ever. Honestly. Also, question. When is it that I could stop following the prescripts or building it for Isang and Don? I don't remember what, like, when you've achieved everything you can from it, you don't really gotta follow what the prescript says. Who does the prescript say to go after him? No. Ooh. Bitch, preferably on something you could win. Well, it's all unopposed anyway. Nine? Okay. Don't get it. You're also gonna have to target on them, so neutral favored. I'll take the favored at least. Who's fighting that? Ongdu, probably. Yeah, makes sense. That's a favorite. I might just have to pop ego on that. I don't really think I have something that can normally beat it. It's the best. Wait, which one are you in now? Still that? Okay. At least when Clash starts, I need to actually clash somebody with that. There we go. Just skill one. So when Clash starts, at least they're going to be losing it, so they're going to be even weaker there. Okay, listen. Here's what I want to prioritize the boss above all else, but I kind of do want to just get off a good move that could just kill one of these guys. They're already gonna attack. There. 12 damage, 41 damage. Okay, I need to respond to one of those. 12 damage, I could take that on the chin. I don't care. It's fucking 12 damage.
재밌겠는데?
Just remember, Don needs the ego or S3 at 6 grace. I never knew that was the case to begin with. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief.
바로 그거다, 딸렘.
Reading unit kits is a state of mind, one of which I do not often follow.
우리는 멋있는 거 알아가지고.
Yeah, who the fuck is that? Negative 38 SP? God damn.
포장지 한번 벗겨야겠군.
That's very good damage right there, goddamn. Deeply unfortunate because it means my eardrums are gonna get bursted after this node is over. Ryoshu, maybe do you want to eat Honglu real quick? Eat the rich? The Honglu?
가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
셋째,
미래를 과거와 같이
술적이네요.
What's this motherfucker gonna change into?
敵は深手を負っています。
Intriguing. Okay. Intriguing. So that's what it means by battlefield switch. Okay, murder that thing. Well, also do spend the time to murder them as well. But yeah, we're gonna need somebody. What are you weak to? That's more 56. Okay, 56 kind of. How much damage are you doing? 27. I would prefer not to get hit by that, so I'll just have. Who does the least damage? Like 23 is pretty low. And just.
재밌겠는데?
Oh, she'll actually probably be able to finish them off. Hopefully, Riensong doesn't need to hit that target too to get their clearance done. Hopefully not.
그렇지. 바로 그거다 해달래.
Yeah, fuck the projector up. Yeah, get that shit. Yeah, take the flesh from the projector. What the fuck?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Oh yeah, no, let's just target on the one that has like 21 HP. Well, other people are already clashing there, so everyone on that projector's ass. Genuinely, if it gets all the way down to Ryoshu, Papa, that's skill 3. I want that thing dead.
거긴 킬존이다.
God damn, Ong, dude. Hey,
운명적인
fuck the LCD. So the LCB though, hey, you wanna join? Damn, this bitch actually a little tanky.
낮도 밤도
Yo, Ong-do, can you fuck up the projector for me, please?
숨이 닿도록 배워낼 것.
これが必要な戦い
Okay,
で
well.
あれば。
Just use skill 1, I suppose. Yeah, granted, I was gonna die easy enough anyway, but.
거긴 킬존이다.
Alright, back to this motherfucker. What are you in the other Saints now?
本当に嬉しいです。
Definitely not doing the best in terms of SP wise. Tiger Hunt? Yeah, and this is the one where you want to have skills up. I think I want to keep that high. Tiger Hunt at more than 5, yeah. Well, what do you got now? Okay. Lose 3. Okay, so let's just not target that at all then. Okay. Dominating all around makes sense. I mean, no SP moment. All this is just going to be dominating anyway. As long as I don't select that, I'll be fine. Okay, so maybe not all of this is going to be dominating. Maybe there is some things that are actually a little scary.
예측할 수 없게.
여섯째.
You can tank that shit, Yi-song.
이 순간이 닿도록 배워내리라.
I unironically made a shitpost of Dante being a con man in an attempt to have more people to join LCB to be a center with Kim being the first victim after the Intervallo release. Like, that's pretty funny.
퇴장 시간이 되었다.
I mean, all I'm saying, some of these assisted characters, or some of these assist characters doing considerably better than what the fuck some of the other people on this team are doing. Like, I'm just gonna say it, right? 300 damage? I'm just gonna say it, right? Does Moses truly need Ezra in her squad, or could we use Ezra more? That is the question. Another question is, why the fuck does the enemy have nails on it, brother? Who Who gave you that?
Limbus カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Thank you, Callisto. I appreciate that being there. Yeah, post it, gang. Oh, that's right, Hex and Floss. Completely forgot I used that. Deeply surprised the nails are still active even now. I mean, I'm just whooping its ass with all the strongest skills I got. Like, I want this motherfucker dead.
그려낸 대로.
Does Hohenheim really need a cure? See, that's what I be saying. That's what I be saying. I don't think he does.
이 순간이 닿아들어 베어내리라.
Nice damage, punk ass bitch.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
Okay, just a bit more of the shield left. Just 524. I don't think we're gonna get it this turn. Probably next turn though, right? Damn. Ow. Yeah, you're not gonna be able to do the 300 there. It'll be good damage, but...
억제 완료.
183 Hero? I don't know how the block is against Blunt. Nah, it's not gonna be enough, unfortunately. Close though. Oh wait, my goal.
절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴
Please?
수 없이 저주했으니.
Motherfucker, it has like 10 left.
お役先生、とても効果的でした。
Okay, guys, I'm...
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん
Guys, it has 8 shield left. And we don't need all of this. We don't need all of this, guys. Guys, we can chill. What the fuck? Holy shit. God, Jesus fuck. Fucking hell. Wait, okay. Question. It said like it runs away when the shield's gone or something. Does the fight just end? Yeah, it just ends. He's Furioso for the funny. It doesn't even matter. This motherfucker is so genuinely fast. Like, no, we're gonna follow the prescripts though. Yeah, sure, man. Just fucking, just get it done. Oh, 45 SP. Yeah, I'm sure it's really gonna help you. I shall set my form alright. Another fucking flashbang. Wonderful. Just a little more, I think we might be able to smash that dang thing to smithereens, but... Yeah, but it's really hard to focus on one thing with that huge warrior zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. It'd make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe, no, not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were here to help us out. Not fucking Kim though, but... Shite, time they had enough. About time they gave up, isn't it? Oi, don't you go legging it again. That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? Our exit's blocked, and ain't like we could stop mid-fight to strategize. With the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and S-Corp, we simply do not have the breathing room to focus on either the projector or Im Gyeong, who was swinging that great blade with frightening force. Besides, Angdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. And the Corp was sending far too many people against us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted the Corp to a location. How do we get out of this? Boss, wait, just help me out here. I decided to stop racking my brain and trying to navigate a situation I know so little about, and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, need to know if there's any way we could deal with the endless reinforcements N-Corp is sending after us. And second, will defeating Imgyani up or destroying that projector bring an end to this distortion phenomenon? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient to overcome the current rate of enemy reinforcements. Not only is this battlefield situation in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in that strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with just but a single exit, which the enemies have already blocked. Without reinforcements of our own, there is little hope of prevailing through this current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of the Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of the Fathoms? But how can I enter it if we can't even talk to the distortion? Wait, maybe? During the LCB regular checkup back at the LCE, or LCB regular checkup about that. He says that all you have to do is read what's on that note in front of his distortion. Apparently it's some kind of a code. Right, keywords. This one seems to be a location type distortion, which means that regardless of where the bright flash takes us, N-Corp or the twisted caricature of S-Corp, we're still within its range. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon an entrance to its Dungeon of the Fathoms from anywhere within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion then? Hohenheim had provided us the necessary keywords for his distortion back then, but this time, we had to figure it out on our own. First things first, so one of them has to be the photograph. It's obvious, it's obviously been present throughout the entire phenomenon. My voice is genuinely dying. I've been speaking so much. If I may, perhaps experience, maybe one of them. Makes sense, yeah. There is an undercurrent of obsession with the experiences staining his every trail. It must have aught in relation to what else has caused his distortion. Experience. The concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is at once synonymous with experience while maintaining a thought line of N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely. Thanks, Foss. Or thanks, Foss. Alright then, photograph, canned experience. Not seems to transpire as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs they used to make canned experiences? Makes sense, yeah. So that's what that strange sensation was. Mentioning the word shook the distortion and caused that rippling effect. The throat is raw. Alright, pause. I don't know if we need to say it like that. I don't... but hey, pause. But it was clearly not enough to force open the Dungeon of the Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, thought we were all taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. Then going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of a Zen riddle. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off at work, all kinds of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities. Sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere. Take our person of interest. To wit, he has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera in tow, so conspicuously that every store owner I'd lightly prodded for information had tales to tell about him. Each tale added another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, an uncanny ability to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and a clear path towards Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography that he eventually squandered his fortune on what was, in the end, nothing more than a pastime. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man had lost his grip of fortune and reality. Really? Impossible dream to Don Quixote, the constant sunshine to Merceau, and stranger stuff. And then, of course, we just had to sneak a little ideality in there as well. All right, thank you. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humidity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than any I had seen on Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. No, I had seen that look once, in the past. Though it would be more accurate to say that I hadn't heard it in his voice that echoed in his fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo hated Kim. Photograph, canned experience, and scraps? Like inserting a final piece to the puzzle, like space before us momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to the distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is what I had seen then, the gateway to one's fathoms. This is it then. Huh. Neat stuff. But before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle to prepare to enter the dungeon, but Hong Lu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off Encorp employees. They're gonna follow us right in there if we run out, right? Probably. Even those who aren't chained to Dante like we are can travel through the pathway once it's open, so... yeah, let's not drive ourselves into an even narrower corner. I'll keep them at bay. Alright, maybe... okay. He's getting the aura back. This is true. Hearing that, Bamboo hated Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in some ill-omened place and be tangled in such a bizarre mess. Huh. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe this was about more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... WTF. Huh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to be sincere and make it easy for us to believe you. Did you think that terrible excuse was gonna fly? What are you trying to avoid, sword swinger? You're not just some kid trying to get out of doing his homework. I remember hearing that enter the dungeon of the fathoms will bring one to the spiritual fathoms the distortion is gazing into. Then what lies within must be my very own, for that is what the abomination is gazing into. As decided then, you're coming with us. We ain't about to walk into a blind place we know shite about, mate. Guide us in there, yeah? Oh, that's... he keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn the hard way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't look at it. It's still there, even as a summer break comes to its end, ruining the last day of your vacation into an all-nighter. So how do you know that? In particular, Arashika's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. That's nice. Stop procrastinating. Go do your summer reading. What was it you said? Face the homework scene. I hate this game, brother. I hate this game. Oh my god. Oh my god, brother, man. Oh my god. Face the sin. Save the ego. Kim Jong-un's not getting away with this shit. Bro, we gotta lock him up. It is, after all, the attitude the company expects of its employees. Go, Junior. You guys too. LCB, I can handle them all on my own. You will make a lone stand? Hey, what the heck do you think I am? I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me out alone with you guys. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation for Team Leader me back in our duo days. I could handle them on my own, no problemo. Wanted to see how you guys can handle the inflection point, but I guess you can never really have it all. Well, I guess I'll just have to trust our own two team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice in the matter as long as this employee card hangs from my chest. He so desperately wants to be unemployed. With a sigh, Kim shook his head and joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Ah, mentor. Be warned that the entrance is floating. Take a tall step over, or you may trip. I can clearly see that, Wangdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried, why don't you? Have you need of one? A mere jest. You needn't worry. What does OSIR even mean? Yeah, I genuinely, I don't. Yeah, I feel like I haven't heard that.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는
No,
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지
it's happening. Oh, I have to select my team too.
비록
I'm taking my earphones off on a
지금
go
제
fuck.
작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에
That shit is
부럽지 않은
so
작품을
fucking loud. Oh my god. No, we're having Ryushu genuinely cut your fucking head off the second we get into the next combat node. Oh, that's right. I don't have to select my team. I'm fucking stupid.
5, 4.
I'm just fucking walking. Is that how everyone's been living? Then my life. My photographs too. So this is S-Corp 2, right? It is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous compared to what rests in my memories. Hideous was apt. When we emerged from the entrance of the dungeon into S-Corp streets, what greeted us was a distorted and eerie scene I wouldn't be surprised to find in an S-Corp theme haunted mansion. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation, far more dilapidated than once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. I kind of agree. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden were beset by 1,000 woes and tenfold more struggles, and the streets they inhabit reflect that reality. Many times I contemplating in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered there as he looked around. If the distortion reveals the fathoms of those it gazes into, as Kim had said, perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies were spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof of that thatched roofed house and feel it rustle beneath my back as I lay upon it. I thought it to be a respite solely mine, yet in this mirrored world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him in looking up at the thatched roof of the chonga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up towards the man on the straw roof. Kiyomiya. Are you home? Okay. It's just how the person actually looked before they were kind of distorted around. Or memory being transformed around more so, but you know, before they were all jumbled around as we saw them before entering the fathoms. Okay. Are you home? I asked. I am so glad this motherfucker changed his drip. Oh my god, that shit is ugly. Oh my, I am so glad he changed his shit to the other fit. That is so goddamn ugly. Oh my god. The drip is immaculate on. It is not, brother. It is not. That shit is on. No. No. Oh hell nah. What a strange visitor I have. Oh my god. That shit is not godly. That's good. That's good drip on the left. On the right, that is not peak trip. Nah. Why not call at the front gate if you come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It is unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not gonna speak to the door like I'm blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such an odd circumstance transpire twice excessive. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high and noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me? She certainly knows her Jess. She marches forth, vested in war strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile intent. Why? Who else might she be but Military Commissioner Gyang Yup, the principal of the famed in family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I'm not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with an epithet so grand as the principled. Lack of taste? No, that is not a lack of taste. Haha, not a compliment, you see. Commissioner, this is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I damn you with praise, for you are so bound by your precious principles that you would rather be unreasonable than betray them. Okay, I kind of like how he's speaking here. He's less unemployed here, I say as he lies down on the roof. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as I say? You two are friends, right? That was our first meeting, so no, not at that precise moment. I know, I'm just saying that if I were her, I would never let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Oh, hi, Heathcliff. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Oh, hi, Heathcliff. Maybe. But people do find friendships in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. Oh, hi, Heathcliff. You've got a friend in us, don't you? Fine, you have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. You guess? But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha, digging, pun-riddled, oh, hi, Heathcliff. Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky that you're surrounded by so many quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. You are out of line, yes, but I knew you would be, so I won't take issue with it, though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, Bamboo Rainhat. A man who once had intended to pursue the path of the brush, only to realize the sins of his forefathers and exile himself to the back streets. Yet, with the sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and sacred heart, did he find in the path of sword another way into the nest, as the right state councilor swore on guard at that. That's you, isn't it? All those superlatives, yet the reality is that I've merely found the path of man butchery as a viable way of life. Also, holy fuck, he is veined out with that. That motherfucker is mad. Directing the compliments you have towards the right state councilor, if you will, I am but a butchering blade that happened to fall into the right hands. Aha, not a compliment, just a word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading of my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally is painful enough already. Keep it simple and just spell it out as Bamboo Hated Kim. Thank you. Haha. And does he continue to veer away from the line? I'd rather be a corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy on me, almighty one. If I'd come all the way here just to punish you for every little misdeed and ill manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two in 3 ways before this riveting dialogue brought us this far. So, feel safe to continue trapezing outside the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and... Really? Stalking someone's not very principled of you. You sure she didn't just give you a good wallop after that? No? Truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue trapezing outside the line. I couldn't in good conscience turn down such offers of kindness. Not that I ever do. Oh my god. You're such a boy with words, a way of finding your way under the listener's skin, huh? Perhaps yet are such shapes not to be expected among fellowships of close mutual bond? Or not to be expected, yeah. They don't look like friends yet, though. So, care to tell us why she's been watching you? I was engaged in the age-old pastime of throwing rocks. Okay, cool. You speak of a game called... I don't know how to pronounce it. Save them for the festivities of dawn, though. I was throwing rocks at the passers-by. Okay. Cool. Now that's nice. Genuine unemployed bum. Fuck, are you still throwing rocks at people as a hobby? I can't, bro. Oh my god. Fee on thee. That is a wrong deed, good sir. This motherfucker. Oh my god. I suppose it is. People of bone and flesh in particular. Oh, that's bone. Okay. What the fuck did I read it? Bonnet. The French shit got to me. It's infected me like a fucking parasite, like a symbiote. Why the fuck is it bonnet? I was like, what the fuck is bonnet and flesh? I was like, what the hell are you talking about? In particular, found it to be distasteful. I wonder the fuck why. And they did not let their discontent be hidden. Oh my god, brother. But the blood and the downtrodden cheered me on, to a degree. I found it cathartic. Oh, curious. Then is it a right deed or a deed not right? I can't with this motherfucker, genuinely. Huh. But Pio, Sal, whatever is it that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S Corp is also known by its other name. Sal... What the fuck is... Sal PPAO Agro Industries. Like, what the fuck? To be honest, and all, it's your curse for mispronouncing their names like Wheatus and Angela. I don't see what the problem is with saying Angela. I don't. I genuinely, at least with Wheatus, I'm like, I understand why y'all feel that way. I disagree. But with Angelo, like, or not Angelo, Angela, I feel, I do not feel as though I'm pronouncing that wrong in the slightest. Is that how you say her name? Why is that such a problem? No, you don't say it Angela, you say it Angel. What is the difference? What the fuck is the difference? How do y'all say it? I pronounce the words. There's an A, there's an N, there's a G, there's an E, there's an L and an O. I pronounce L and an A. I pronounce them all. Wing specializing in the general agricultural and livestock industry of the city, the vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Okay, I do not say it as Angelo. That was just a mispronunciation. I say it Angela. How it's meant to be. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for different aspects of the industry. Sal, P, and Pio. Yep, I don't, whatever the fuck, man. Each meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Sal, responsible for the cultivation of rice and other grains. Pio, responsible for meat and livestock. And P, in charge of the technological aspects of both. He said P. As a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S Corp, you must have felt the persecution the P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance when requested to keep one another in check when needed. It was once a promise of cultivating a fair and sustainable S Corp. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied, the Trinity now degraded to 3 quarreling bands of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor, but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of the flesh claims the position of the chief state councilor and monopolizes rice as the common folk starve. An adherent of the bone, once a right state councilor, toadies to Sal and rises to the seat of the left state councilor. When such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please, anguished cries of suffering flood the streets. Why the fuck are we speaking in fucking poems and shit, brother? Like, can we just get on with the canto? Like, brother, please? Thus, the common folk are reduced to livestock bleeding out, hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude like that of the emaciated dead. Who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone? Oh my god, he said the thing. What is with all the puns? And force them both to yield. Oh my god, brother. Nah. Ryoshu. Greatest split vertical, that motherfucker with a Raishiki. Oh my god. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of Escort. He's literally a poet? Okay, I understand the poem part of it. But it's the pun part of it. He's not Yi Song. Yo, if Yi Song and Bamboo Hated Kim had a baby, that would be one of the most annoying motherfuckers to exist. Oh my god. Oh. Then the people who thou have targeted with thy rocks they weren't people. Rats. Damn, okay. Understandable. Well, okay, but like actual rats or like what? Oh, yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance, do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a severe case of kleptomania. Okay, so like thieves and shit, okay. So you purposely threw a rock at his feet to trip him to the ground knowing that he was a kleptocrat. Hey, thanks for the sub, Tony the Horse. Hey, thanks. Well, I simply cannot help but react as such in the presence of scurrying rats. Is there all you find funny? Speak if you do. I could use a good laugh about now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scarlet aura bonds. The gall to scamper away with the expensive prosthetics. My men were having some trouble apprehending them, until now. Well, if that is your heart, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't want to get thrown in the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, when do you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? The way I see it, you're not the kind of person who'll ever let a drop of liquor get to his tongue while on duty for the right state councilor. Return this choga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Okay, goddamn. Huh. She's a funny one, Mentor, then this fellow you had often mentioned fondly was... Yeah, he bagged her. On God. He bagged a baddie. Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as a drink fellow I had left behind an escort? I must say, I myself found the relationship most intriguing that a military commissioner of the Psi faction would fraternize with a bodyguard of the right state councilor, who was of the P faction. Still, I knew not that the fellow was none other than the military commissioner of escort. Hongdu's eyes had gone wan in shock, her voice rising unconsciously. It is news to me that you have had ties to the second ordinary official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. I was in the service of the right state councilor, who's a first ordinate, you know? But, while that might be true, yet you would like to know why I, with such a powerful friend by my side, had ended up in exile from escort. Yes, Your silence over matters of such great importance is why I've come to introduce you to others as a reticent one, Mentor. What made the Blade lineage our home, Brycecore, availed no home for us but the lineage. But you, Mentor, I would rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. Kim looked around, a twinge of loneliness in his eyes, before moving on. But followed without a word. Damn, okay. Riz-hatted Kim, wait, true. Alright. Question marks, Fathoms. Intriguing. We emerged into a dark and muggy cavern filled with air so stale it almost felt stifling. Up ahead, a thin ray of light shone through the darkness, seemingly guiding our path. Following the light led us to a four-way fork in the road. Which path would we choose? Alright, then... I missed this one, actually. Smell blood. There was a path that was entirely silent. Harsh noise of a sword trying to get sword. Let's go with the blood one. Fuck it. Incorporative, whatever the fuck, briefcase. What's that? Skill that affects bleed potency counter. Well, I do have some bleed. Drum burst on enemy. Never gonna be able to use that. Not half bad though. Oh my god, I forgot how bright this shit is in mirror dungeons. Brother, why? I've had enough of the flashbangs. Brother man, why? Brother, please. Not you. You and... bam, like that.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지와.
And Corpus Tremor? Yeah, it's fucking working.
敵に変化が見られます
Yeah, thank you, Amiya.
거긴 킬존이다.
The smoke was yellow, true.
쳐다보긴. 우리는 멋있는 거 알아가지고.
Now you can Tiancha everyone to do a solo dungeon? Wait.
그쯤 해줬으니.
But would the things carry over?
벗겨야겠군.
I don't think the slots would carry over in between, right? Kim's on the field. Oh shit, he is. What the fuck? Oh, even without the ego gifts, they do carry over in between? Like, I won't have to rebuild per fight?
아무튼 슬램.
Okay, good to know, good to know.
皆さんの状態に
So Kim, you're not Kim. So Kim, kind of looks like Hohenheim a bit. So Kim, what are them passives? Okay, wonderful. Boys count, yeah, whatever. I'm just more so here for any flavor text. Unfortunately, there's not. Nice size battlefield. Well, okay, if it is the case that check his skills. I'm just not really anything particular. Alright. Romus is level. Okay, what is his level? 81? What are our levels again? 60? Damn.
디테일 진짜 장난 아니던데.
81 is kind of crazy. Goddamn.
이렇게?
He was really that motherfucker. Goddamn. But I suppose as long as it does carry over into the next fights and I don't have to rebuild stacks, I might as well. But like, okay, do all the buffs carry over though? Like that's the thing. I don't know. They do? They activate if they're dead? Alright, fuck it.
그려낸 대로.
마지막으로 남길 말?
God damn. Goodbye. Higher level than Valentina, Sword Sinclair, Callisto, etc. Yeah, that makes sense.
남은 작품이 되길 바랬는데.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
결정. 해봄.
좋아요.
이 자리에 있는
Anyway, she could get in focus encounters, she could get a maximum of 3, y'all were
囚人を
saying?
蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
감상은 어떤가요?
거창을 새겨주지.
She could get a maximum of 3 slots?
그럼 끝이다.
Just gotta use Trocosm to gain Entangled Life? What the hell is that?
본인은 최선을 다했다.
뜨거울 거야.
알아주시.
조금 많이. 내 검은 가져갈 수 없을 거다. 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으므로 헤아릴 수
How do you not know
없이
Entangled Life?
저주했어.
Read the kit? That's your problem.
こ
Read.
れがリンバスカンパニーの戦闘。私もまた一つ学ばせていただき
Speaking of reading, this is actually gonna be my first time reading this. Max X 6 2 gain. What the fuck does that mean, brother? Max X 4 gain 1 for every defeat that has to spider resource spell identity. Yeah. So, do I keep killing until they're all dead, or is she at max stacks now? I genuinely don't know. Why is there a chain chomp in the background? Brother, what? Where do you see a chain chomp? What? So do we just keep killing? There's still 2 left. I'm noticing. For a second, I genuinely got the 2 of them confused. I'm not gonna lie. For max servants, fuck it.
그려낸 대로.
We'll see how this shit goes. Okay, he kind of is gaining the aura back, though. I mean, I can't lie. He kind of is gaining the aura back.
훌륭한 단말만. 훌륭한
Honglu,
단말만.
shut the fuck up.
당신을 죽여라 절규하는 내 모든
Thank you,
시간들의
Ryoshu.
저를 묻주리까.
알고 있겠지. 예측은 의미 없다는 걸. 저련.
Alright, let's see how this shit goes. Excuse me. As we're slowly looking around the streets of S-Corp, a youth, after fidgeting and hesitating for a moment, walked up to us and asked for help. Youth explained that, wishing to better his own status, he took the royal examination akin to a public employment policy in S-Corp, and was able to attain a high grade for himself. And that was where his problems began, as far as he knew. People who passed the exam with flying colors like himself had their travel expenses paid for the homeward trip and were able to be granted a guide. But there must have been a misunderstanding or something, because when he left the exam grounds, no one was there to escort him. Confused by the turn of events, he wandered around from the exam grounds in search of his escort and lost his bearings and found himself in these alleys. He's asking if we can help him with directions, which would rob him. We can't rob him blind. Yeah, I just realized. I mean, hey, she can handle it. Okay, I'm so used to skipping whatever. I'm so used to skipping this shit. Meant to scroll there.
해왔던 숙제들에 비하면
That's fine.
별것도 아닌 일이다.
That's fine. Meant to scroll back up, but that's fine. All right. I'm just gonna take you and you and you off.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도
With the other people missing, she's still gonna get those slots on her own back, right?
敵に変化が見られます
그려낸 대로 차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 이
サンタさんの
순간이
作
다
戦とても効果的でした
거창을 새겨주지.
낮도 밤도 지워
Brother, you're rolling tails, really?
숨이
Brother man, why?
배우네.
効果的な攻撃でしたエリートオペレーターの身の腕
낮도
前です
밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 배워낼 뿐.
多数討伐確認
Okay, yeah, no, this is working pretty well.
囚人の皆さんの状態に
그려낸
何
대로
か変化が
Quite interesting. It gave the extra slot to Heathcliff. Is that does she have a max of 3, or if I put her in solo,
야, 저리.
will she be able to get up to, like, you know, fill out the rest of it? Or is it just given to Heathcliff now because she has 3 already?
배워낼수록 원망도 옅어지.
Actually, they're on turn start for the encounter. Okay. Gotta start solo for extra slots to go to her. That makes sense, yeah. Alright. Well, next battle, I'll just have her going solo.
敵は深手を負っています
날카롭고 정확하게. 원망도 옅어지나. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 자! 원망도 옅어지나.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Hongdu and Kim are just beating the ass of them, like, goddamn. Like, I feel like them two could honestly just duo this dungeon and probably be fine enough.
누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니.
Alright, what are we looking at? Catch a glimpse of a figure staring off into the darkness of the unlit prison. Kim lets out a sigh before even fully exhales. Who goes there? Sharp cry cuts through the stagnant air. Someone here must have noticed us. What should we do? I'm sure. At least put a little effort into your lies, huh? Clearly, pretending to be prison guards on their way was a lie too easily to disprove them. Took her heels as the woman, red with anger, came after us with her sword unsheathed. Okay, well. Alright, cool. Alright. Solo it is. You got this shit.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도.
No, it can't be. My life is... the experiences, the memories I had recorded are different. Alas, Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I am returned to this day. His voice had dropped to the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor, I have been here before. Ah, have you? Had a peek into my memories when I had distorted, did you? I must say, it's been embarrassing to have my deepest and darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. That is a horrific smile. Then this must be... Indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone who I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Tongdu. Take a tall step over or you might trip. There were bodies splayed about the yard and I couldn't dare start counting them. Damn, okay. The devil may what? I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some had their torsos split diagonally, and some were so mangled that I could only even hardly tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No, were they killed by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate, yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these two corpses are, or were, wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why has Bamboo hated Kim calling them assassins? In this corrupt land, the Right State Councilor's life was always as precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is the fate of all those who have the guts to speak the truth in S-Corp, where positions of influence are hoarded by corrupt sycophants whose chokehold on power is ironclad. The most prominent among them, the Left State Councilor, with the Chief State Councilor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army, but they are prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If F-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it would be akin to a situation in which a company, whose employees outwardly appear to be working for all the same side, is in fact fractured within, with certain departments pledging allegiance to a different individual than the chief executive. But assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this no different, thought with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises, not realizing that I had just placed my stone inside the tiger's mouth. Looking around at the yard teeming with the assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them had saved. I thought the Left State Council's power had grown to loom over that of the king. I should have realized how ridiculous such a brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate of the councilors at the royal court would have been. Foolish. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor, or die trying. I was soon overwhelmed, and some of them eventually managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them breach the door, all strength left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, am a poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. And I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the Left State Councilor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart this life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will, Counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror in the hearts of the unjust, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal, and see that the favor is repaid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor at last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see that you've been hard at work. Accursed parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the honorable Right State Councilor who toils day and night in the service of the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the Left State Councilor. Get it in my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, alas, this unsightly display of anger shames us all. Are all those who live by the sword as uncouth as you? The cruelty of your damning words is an oppression upon decent men like myself. Let's see how long you can. Heed me, soldiers. Heed me, Heisho. Arrest that mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, an anonymous letter threatening to take the life of the Reverend Saint or revered Right State Councilor arrived in the royal court. This audacious never seen that word before. Effrontery is an affront not only to the royal court, but to the heavens and men alike. the revered left state councilor, who has long been in disagreement with the right state councilor on matters of the state, found this offense to be so heinous that he has personally commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day written on the letter. Home. Yet a tragedy has struck. All those lives sent to protect the noble councilor are slain. The bravery and justice of their honorable hearts trampled upon the ground by this villain. And now the villain promises death to yet another pillar of the royal court. Thus we are forced to arrest the criminal and restore the rule of law. You spout senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the councilor's bedchamber with their blades drawn. The councilor? Might you be looking for the right state councilor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear, and whispered, "Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your toes. Did you really think you would overcome the entire private army in the left state councilor's service? He sent so many of his men to their deaths just to lure me into a trap? Huh. Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you Cloudblade. You the Cloudblade. But yeah, I've been a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. For what it's worth, young man, I am sorry. I've come to realize that the error of my ways, the truth is, though S-Corp is indeed a pond of turbid water, it was those like us who had stirred the dirt from its bed and turned it cloudy. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the Reverend Right State Councilor. 1,000 curses upon the villain. In his quest for the Right State Councilor's life, the butcherous man has already watered the ground with S-Corp's laborers, the very lifeblood that runs in the veins of the most serene wing. Bamboo-hated scapegoat? True. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the Councilor's sworn guard, Kimlib. Heed us, O villain. Oh, damn. And let the Ohara bonds take you. Damn. You could just do that shit, apparently. You've fallen so far, my friend. You who were once considered a candidate to the honor of Umgyong. And with that brand of Anobi sapping your strength, even your majesty with the blade will only dull. A master of blade. Are you to be my executioner, young Yo? I had received the orders to behead you, if that is what you're asking, nor would it befit someone in my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. Goddamn. How will you live on now? I don't know. The councilor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Sal PPO Agron Industries is more corrupt than I had thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. But why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test another gambits in the next round. Why do you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones piled up on all 9 star points on the board? And find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing. As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who made a fool of himself and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me down right away just because I let go of someone like you. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're as good as inconsequential. I'll report that even if you were to flee, you would still be nothing more than a plaything in the palm of their hands. I didn't think you were the kind to go against your honorable principles. Damn. Some things can't be done without bending a rule to, and you are needed. S-Corp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement to that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share a common quality. There will debts to be paid. Young Yo, come with me. There is no hope left for S-Corp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we're playing the rigid game. Listen, they might have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage to keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from the outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den, but wouldn't it help to have an ally waiting in the tiger's den to back you up when the time comes? There, all done. Your bonds are severed. They're married in my heart. True, true, true. Go now. Go and build your strength beyond the walls of Escort. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with Escort. You know how I am. Now just go with the flow. Yes, yes. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to Escort. That's all. We need to give this man his canto. Bro, his wife is waiting for him back at Escort. We need to give this man his canto. Do you want to join LCB, perchance? So I had left the rigged game. My records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of the stones on my board was always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library, until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me. Self-defeating move after self-defeating move. When Gilp, had let me go, I thought I had escaped the tiger's maw. But as I left the game progressed with the flow, I soon came to the realization that my life was an endless sequence of connect and dies. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid form began to grow like wildfire. And those in the attire of the Blade lineage, one by one, leap over the wall and approach us, like the projections of Kim's darkening fathoms. They're from his memories. Films and photographs can sometimes remain undoctored, but the impression a person gets from viewing the photograph is malleable. And they must be after, yeah. Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to kill him. Okay, well that's not the case. I mean, you really can't blame you all in all for what happened. Like, goddamn. Win rate. She could tank that shit.
그려낸 대로.
He did get the aura back. I mean, I'm gonna just say it. He did get the aura back. This is true. He kind of fully got that shit back. This is true. This is factual. He kind of did get that shit fully back. And a wife also. True. True. Aura hatted him. Now that. Okay, I could get behind that. Alright, I'm gonna do another win rate, and in the meantime, I'm gonna go off to wash him. I'll be right back.
낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 배우네. 이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
림버스 컴퍼니の皆さん、この勢いに乗って勝ちに行きましょう。
Bro, really? Oh my god. Oh my fuck.
그려낸 대로
4 HP. She Association HP. Oh my god.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Oh my god. That motherfucker barely hanging on by a thread. Alright. Someone carried a sword on his belt and a sack on his shoulder and leaped into the haystack near us. A few moments later, a small squad of that, torches in hand, rushed in from the same direction as the man had come from. I ain't gonna do that shit. Wrong direction. I ain't no snitch. I ain't no fucking snitch. Hell no. Sure. Da-da-da. Okay. I ain't reading this shit out loud. My voice is so genuinely dead, I just cannot read this out loud. Okay, well, that's kind of worthless.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미집도 지금까지
Win right.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か
그려낸
変化
대로
が。
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
効果的な攻撃でした。
베어낼 수는
このままいけば敵を食い止められます。チャー 敵の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
그려낸 대로 베어낼수록 베어낼수록
S-Corp so far is one of the only districts that embraces a medieval lifestyle and arcane technology.
숨이 닿도록
True, true.
베어낼 것.
多数討伐確認。
Alright. Dead. Just that one left?
그려낸 대로
Yeah, this shit is considerably better than just using like an actual team of motherfuckers. God damn.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Alright. Boss. Yep.
반드시 팬다.
You got this shit, Ryoshu.
아비들도 거미집도
Like a prey backed against the cliff's edge, I am left bereft of paths. My hand hesitates with no room to stay to place a stone. Misjudgments burgeon when contemplations harrow the mind, indeed. Now all that remains is to neutralize the one enemy combatant in the yard. Tell me, who's waiting for us in there? You should know. This place and its enemies are projections of your memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? Damn. Young Yup was a woman of loyalty and principles, even as military commissioners, as a military commissioner. She never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But even she must have broken. In the end, I scoured the newspapers and TVs for anything I could on this current state of S-Corp, but it was plain as day that nothing had changed there since my departure. Mentor, is that not but a baseless speculation? Your concerns grow uncontrollably. Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of the distortion reflected upon your memories. Then this Guillaume Yup appear as that monster does, Mentor? No. Young Yup wasn't like that. Young Yup. I still believe that Salpia Argo Industries deserves to die. But destruction's not the point. The point is that I want it to be a place where I can cut away the avarice corrupted and have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplant the current escort. You know, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor to those who afforded me an undeserved fate. And the river continues to wind, carrying me back to Escorp, once I had fled. Shall I let the blade sing my inner thoughts? Do you think I'm satisfied with the way Escorp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wills. Or wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to bring change within the limits of their principles. I only hoped that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back to knock on the great gates of Escort, once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You, at least, seem to think that I have. Because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path. And stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law states that denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving of death by beheading. I am Gyomi, a second ordinate of the Salpio Argon Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner to the royal guard, or royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. I am butchering 80 million of these goddamn words. This shit is so fucking difficult to read. But whatever, it's fine. We locked the fuck. That's a lot of coins. That's a lot of coins. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like that still operates on the same principle. Aside from that, yeah, evasion die. Everywhere.
그려낸 대로 낮도 밤도 지루어 숨이 닿도록 베어낼
So I can get Severance again as long as I pop out her ego, right? I'll do that later when she builds up all the skill slots. No reason to pop out ego now, just deal with her being low as fucking SP. Yeah, that looks like another one. Another round. Oh, do I really need 3? 3 might be a little much. We could ball 2.
그려낸 대로
Reed, I probably should, if we're being honest. But like Ryoshu though, she's kind of
이
strong.
순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
APR, wait, yo, true! This is the Pride Resonance I was talking about. This is my BL team. Motherfucker can't hit for shit. Alright, what are we looking at? Is this just kind of same how it was? Oh. Okay. OC is a banger. Deeply true. Deeply true. Might as well just keep launching that down. Oh, she has 2 of them now. Clash or lose clash. Yeah, we're gonna ignore that one. Because I do not want you to gain as long as you're still in bear form, right? Yeah. Actually, wait. I think you can final attack all of them, right? Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll take the 3 damage.
그려낸대.
And before she changed attack patterns, it gains +4 coin power. +4 coin power ain't gonna be enough to help her.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
Yeah, +4 coin power really is not gonna be enough to help her. God damn, this ID's broken as shit. Another bleed coming your way? Yeah, the bleed actually is the scary part, I can't deny. I remember when I was doing a mirror dungeon, I did her solo against Bamboo Hatekim, and the bleed is kind of what got me. So the bleed is the worry. Granted, the problem there was more so the fact that I couldn't build up the stacks beforehand, because I think that was... Actually, it's when it was bugged, but also I just didn't get the ego gifts, because I thought it'd be easier to get them instead of just buying it at the beginning. Yeah, the bleed I'm scared about. Damage though, pretty good. Alright, she's in Tagger now? Yeah, so I'm gonna have to increase the fuck out of that. Okay. This is fine. See, I definitely should have paid attention to the fact it was 3 turns and then started laying off of it. Gain 3 sword play? Yeah, as long as it's a clash. Okay, well, clash against that with like a shitty skill. Just this one, not really. Don't need anything too big. Hopeless? Yeah, we're not doing that. Dominating? That's fine enough for maybe. Yeah. Although, I do have the ego to pop out. Well, okay. It doesn't even have a better chance than against that. I don't know about that. I do have the ego to pop out though, so I should. Wait. Wrong one. Yeah, sure, whatever. Just go against that. Doesn't really matter in particular. Use a Vacoid like Kim Clash? Okay, but... is he gonna be fine? Yeah, so we're not doing that. You know, Kim, you could have your time later. Oh, actually, that one I actually almost ignored. Alright, cool. Damn, it's only favorite. What the fuck? Okay, cool. Feel like that. Lose 3 sword play, gain 3. Yeah.
그려낸대. 세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번의 끈.
Good old 89 damage. Okay, thankfully with her constantly swinging out, the bleed is having a hard time actually building up the gigantic numbers. But even then, still numbers like this. 5, 6, yeah, it's still not preferable. It's gonna be 30 damage come towards me.
예측은 불사이군. 그럼 안녕. 몰아치는 것을. 처절한 원망.
Do the dodge coins also work for unbreakables? Yeah. Okay. I'll probably have to just sneak in one dodge coin then. I'm not terribly worried though. Wait, undo? Hold up, damage? Okay, not the best rolls, not the best rolls, I won't lie. Alright. Oh, you're easy enough to select as the fucking innovation one. You're absolute dog shit on that first slot. What are you stacks at now? 5? Okay. 2 turns. Okay, I'll go to increase it again this turn. This is the increase, and that's the lose one. You're the increase? Yeah. Right, resonance. Yeah, so that's fine. Although honestly, I probably didn't even need to use an evasion here because this motherfucker's about to get staggered. Not like that first lot would have done any that much damage anyway, so that's fine. Yeah, this motherfucker's actually... This identity's broken as shit. OC is fire? It is, yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Oh my god, brother. Bro came in with a sneak right there at the end. Alright, are y'all done? Can I show you what actual damage is like? God damn. She's not as powerful as I recall. I mean, we just have Ryosho on our team. Yeah, weighted down by the brand. I'm not so far ahead or behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Barely. They appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding that sword like he's trying to get himself killed. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end here, is he? That's a good CG. Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't have a proper sword fight without a blade lock though, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and a military commissioner of escort. It's neck to neck, clash after clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before it comes to a final close. Comes to a close in a final fatal bout. Where the dust settles, the mentor lies in the sand, dead. If that is what you want, I will grant it. Kim just kissed her already? True. Good, let's finish this. Just as Mbu hated Kim and Yumgap, I've just butchered that name so much to where I'm confident in butchering it at this point. Anyone who speaks Korean and watches this stream, you have permission to hate me. It's pretty understandable. ready for their final belt. Angdu leaped in between them. Angdu? Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, Mentor? Are you so scared to live that you would rather die? Yes, I am. I am scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed at everything and everyone who had the misfortune of placing their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows, as though my path isn't haunted by ghosts, as though I can stand shamelessly before the watching eyes of the heavens. What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland, I serve a master who would choose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my very fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood-red traces everywhere I had gone. Isn't it about time I had admitted that this game cannot be won? That Mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your foes. Angdu? I thought you were here to talk me into keep on living, yet your words paint me so. What weakness of yours is at this time that you would cast away even your own creed in life? Angdu is their daughter, trust? Genuinely, yeah. What other weakness will you use as an excuse today? Stop trying to bear responsibilities asked not of you. The blade lineage was never about responsibility, nor was it about you, Mentor. Or does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another? Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your own shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was it that you've always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands? Why, Mentor? I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Do you? Because I fail to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with that bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on so that you may repay your debts. Damn. Out of blades, out of arrows. Some shit I genuinely do not know. Even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There's no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed. Perhaps there's some merit. Is there a bell? That I must retreat from this silly game of stones and become a fiend of blade. Mentor? That is not... No. I think this is the good bell. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes. When inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's... I think it's the good one, though. Angdu and his wife were knocked away from Bamboo to Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raised his gaze to meet the empty air as though someone were there. A hollow laughter escaping his lips. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one. Indeed, I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forged me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that, in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have an opportunity to retrace our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of your advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. God damn, okay, feels the aura. Feels the aura. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting, I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain, indeed. Yet I trust that the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take what encouragement I can. The strange invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im-Gyeong-yup, readjusts her grip on the sword. Kim turned around to look at her, and I saw that a weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live. And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. Okay. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat, it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled we drift from shore to shore. With wine I don my hat to watch blooms throng. In mirth I doff that shroud to more adore. So with this bamboo hat to veil my brow, though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hell yeah. Get to the tier 1 sub to Oral Returns, let's go. He to me, the VTuber? Bamboo hatted one, speak your name. For I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who has mentioned the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself with the world? Not to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world. There is none. So call me Bamboo Hatted Kim. Bamboo Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. God damn. He deserved the correct one. He deserved the correct one. Just for that moment. Just for that moment. Just for that moment. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps because Kim had successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that were overlapped upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. Or a debt repaid. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world. That was the moment Bamboo stopped hating Kim. Wait, true! And soon reveals the fathoms of the distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see residents of the back streets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching them with disapproval. Why is everyone running away from all this? A baker always surrounded by the smell of freshly baked bread. A florist who makes lovely bouquets for gathering youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and a nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicates cower and feel just by going on a stroll? What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end? So that you can get high on fake, purchase experience to nail to a can? If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all... No, it can't be. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. They're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why they are floundering, grasping at illusions. So, let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. Holy fuck. You look like you got your shit rocked for someone who did not actually even fight the boss. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Merceau's face. I reflected upon the events of today and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either the canned experience or that guy's photographs, do you, Merceau? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that the distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Merceau. Oh, hi! Oh? A figure materializes into humanoid form, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions, and next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. But blimey, the thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distorted space. The concept of life and death has little meaning. Yeah, but ain't we out of that? Yet faint as she grow, it must be that the distortion's power is waning. Okay, that'd be why. Hark, accursed one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fermenting chaos in a foreign wing while impersonating Shionoku's or of Sapium. I can't with these names, brother, man. It does not help that I have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. But even without that being the case, I'd still butcher it. The crime of exploiting the suffering of downtrodden as a mere veil for one's own fathoms, and though it be but a part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal damn, they take this shit seriously. Pursuant to the law of the homeland, the accursed is to be sentenced to death by beheading. Well, she was quick about that. And before we even had the chance to step in or anything, the faint mirage-like warrior brought down her sword on the Dakufurger's neck, decapacitating him. I genuinely cannot speak. But how is he still standing, though? Can an entity of the fathoms slay one outside it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say, yeah. She was a woman of principle. She would have done the same to the bitter end, had she truly been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Bamboo hated Kim's baddie shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there, no wait, don't tell me that the headless corpses. We found a large group of injured End Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking down at the headless body of the Darkographer. Dude got lay hunged. True. That true. 90% is. Oh, yo, thank you. Yo, Gregor, I'm so glad you were here, Gregor. Oh my God. Yo, Gregor, if it was not for you, oh my God. Oh my God, Gregor, thank fuck you were here. Oh my God. Oh, so wait, what are you talking about? Foss slipped up, apparently? She said I? She says I all the time. I mean, it's not like... She says I, like, all the time anyway. Well, okay, not all the time, but like... You know, it's not too rare to say. Like, if people were going like, yo, she fucked up. I was like, what the hell happened? But I mean, yeah, she just, every now and then it does happen. Granted, it's been happening a lot more often. Yep, right on. Gotcha, team leader. And that's the initial report done. Go work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion has perished in the mansion. Will that not cause trouble? Or mission, not mansion. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought the distortion would kill its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... Well, that's it for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success since we managed to eradicate the distortion from EndCorp, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Andu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, that's the real win of this mission in my book. Phooey. The point is, we did it. We did the thing. It's done. Gosh, I swear, I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. No, seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had really relaxed, bringing back the chippier Ezra I was more familiar with. You go and saw his wife. That's a W. It has been actual W's from Bamboo to Kim so far. It has been full W's. This is true. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Would you mind releasing the hem of my sleeve? What I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out right about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer as barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to me that the two were back to the more relaxed selves I knew. Can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim though, because that's always how he's been, at least from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you're released. Whew, you're giving me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with upgrading your arm. With your hem released, allow me to reiterate that. Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Everyone doing okay? Yep. Executive Manager, our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place for you. Allow me, I've taken care of similar injuries in the field. Yeah, and guess what happened in the last time we did that? You rotated my bloody arm the wrong way and turned the bones in my shoulder into little chips. I don't sweat it, I could reroll. They're making a specific deal about the rewinding. Are we gonna see something in the rewinded space? Is this meant to be a plot way to transition towards the rewinded space getting a bit more lore, I think? Or are we going to use to the pain? Yeah, disco show shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I thought to ask you a clarification if thou wilt. Yeah? Dost thou recall how, as we battled the EndCorp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who were sent to to identify and capture the one who hath violated a taboo, forsooth. As we had stood in their path, 'tis still mystery why we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in EndCorp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping consistent records and tracking down a case or person is by photographs. Thine words hold water, yet... Most puzzling forsooth. For I recall with clarity that, from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question for Moso. I'm giving enough to not to rely on the information Moso had provided me in this mission. I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase my question the right way and pull the answers I need from him. Gonna get him to tell us his own judgment on matters, but since he seems to have near photographic memory of what he's seen. Or so, do you remember how many pictures of us EndCorp staff took? I do, 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You actually remember the exact number of times he shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So, did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Oh, it's gonna be him. Oh, who is it? Is it me? I make for a fine model, if I do say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? And how many times were you photographed in particular? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that. Oh, you punk ass bitches. Oh my god. Peppers can the bitch approach. I want to get lore drops. Oh, what the heck? End corp. Oh, dang it. Aren't you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen here. We had to because of the distortion. See? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at our headquarters as your first. Yes, we fully understand the circumstances surrounding the battle, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damages compensation as you have recommended. But we are here on different business. So if you'd be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They are here to arrest me, manager. Oh. Well, hold on, Merso. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Merso did not resist. He walked past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Merso, formerly one who nailed. Oh. When he said he worked with them, I was like, he was like a lower grunt. It's fine, whatever. We could ignore the fact he was just like a grunt in the works. Like, maybe Sinclair won't hate him too much. Now, it turns out we just had like Hitler in our squad, and we just didn't know. All right, cool. And a former member of the maintenance and management team at the Grand Migration SysV headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty for non-compliance. Pursuant to Article 12 of the eviction regulations, you have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject you to immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind to recall it entirely. Confirmed. Very well. Then, in keeping with my regulations, I hereby notify you that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. But wait, stop. What the hell is going on? Oh wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Merceau? Merceau, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question and more a reflex, but I didn't need to hear his reply to know why. Right, I never asked, did I? You did not? I'd say you should have warned us way earlier, but you just reply, I will follow those instructions going forward, right? Yes, I would. To be fair though, I don't know if it would change. I feel like even if Merceau would say that to Dante, it would still be like, well, the path requires you go here to N-Corp anyway, so I don't think it would have changed, right? Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, will you be the organization the suspect is a part of? Organize your ass. What in the bloody hell do you think you're? Heathcliff, you're about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of a reasonably justifiable cause, such as a contract, engaging in a battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're just supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away? This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Heathcliff stand on business, true. Get Merceau a lawyer immediately? He could be his own lawyer. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for us either. She was sending an uncomfortable glance at the N-Corp's employees. So, where are you taking them? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the... Oh. They replied dispassionately as they took Merceau into custody. We looked back at him, not knowing what to do or say. The late afternoon sun pricked at... Oh my god, brother. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Hugh. Who nails? Oh, he who nails. There's truly a name for Twitch on everything. Oh my god. There's truly a name for Twitch on. Oh my god. There's truly every name that exists on Twitch. Thank you for the gifted sub. The late afternoon sun pricked that, yeah. Rosso, now in cuffs, gazed at us with an expression that would not have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. Well, okay, that was nice. Yeah, no, that was nice. Is that just going to be the end? No, there has to be like some other Sunyan ring. Gotta wait for Kanto 10. Gifted a tier 1 sub to Ushio Ebi. Thank you for the gifted sub. I'm gonna now ping Ebi because I forgot to close that Discord. Okay, that's funny as fuck. Should never appear this stream, but gotta keep the tradition. True, true, true. But okay, goddamn, was it scheduled August? I think that's generally what I heard people saying, like August or something. Goddamn. Goddamn. That was a good ass canto. It was an intervallo? What? No, that was actually really damn good. That was actually really good. Namely the lore drops with S-Corp. Unfortunately, I can't pronounce shit when it comes to that. But the lore drops with S-Corp was like, that part was really interesting. Namely, especially the desire for Kim to actually go off and change it. That, I'm actually very intrigued by. Granted, I don't know if we're ever going to really find that to be resolved in Limbus Company. It's definitely something for the future and whatever other games. Do not say face the homework, save the GPA. Shit was so fucking stupid. Do not say stranger with TSU as the S. No, 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 it's not. No, no, no. Does that mean we'll see Kim and Kanto? We better. It'd be kind of nice. I'd be down to see a lot more of LCD and Kanto 10. Definitely gonna have to be about Mercil though. Well, it's gonna be about Mercil though, but definitely I think that's where the majority of it's gonna be. So if he does appear, if Kim does appear, I don't think he's gonna have too big of a portion within everything. Why he look kind of bad though? But anyway, that is it for this stream. Thank y'all for coming out. Thank y'all for the donations to APR for this Pride Month. We have so far raised, let me check actually, because it is 19,264. That shit is wild. That shit is wild. Thank y'all for coming out. True, wait, hold up. But yeah, that is wild how much has been donated, and we're not even halfway through the month. Like, goddamn. Happy Absolute Pride residents? Hell yeah. But yeah, thank y'all for coming out. If y'all want to donate more, donate. There's gonna be a shit ton more streams to pay attention to. If you want to see the streams, on Twitter, there's let me get the exact at. So not like 100 on the exact at actually. Okay, yeah, it's Absolute Pride R. I don't know why we couldn't include residents at the end there actually, but just if you go Absolute Pride R on Twitter, you will be able to see just tweets about all the different streams that will be going on for the event. Not all of them are like this. This one I just did because I would have done the stream. Like this stream is itself normal. It's not something specifically done for the event. But I just have the overlay and stuff to donate to it for it. But for example, on like June 14th, there's going to be a game show of which I'm going to be a part of, which is going to be on Frey's channel. So be sure to check that out if y'all want to. But for now, I am going to go off and eat. I don't know what in particular I'm going to eat. I think I still have some ice cream left. I'm probably gonna have that. But I'm gonna go out and eat because I'm hungry as shit, and then after that, probably just sleep. But yeah, thank y'all for coming out. This interval was damn good. I'm curious as to what this is gonna be. I can't really use that with Sinclair. But yeah, thank y'all for coming out. That'll be all. Peace. See y'all on the next stream.